Yeah, they're voting on the budget and the $50,000 request for the chamber today. So I'm trying to listen into that. And if they ask any.
And we're recording. All right, great. Good morning, everyone. I'm going to be chairing the meeting as Commissioner Marcella still does not have a voice. So it is 11:33 on December 15th, 2022, and I'll open this special meeting for, let's see, for a few agenda items we have. And apologies, we were just noting that as we send this out, it is correctly numbered, and we don't know what happens between that integration or posting. So apologies, folks. 1, 2, 3, 4, but we have 4 items on our agenda, and so I'll ask everyone to silence their phones, and I'll entertain a motion for the approval of our agenda.
So moved.
Second. Okay, any further discussion?
No.
Not for me.
All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Alrighty, and community informational items. Commissioner Marcella?
Nothing for me.
Okay. Commissioner Fiedler?
Not for me.
All right, nothing from me. Either commissioner clarifications?
Nope.
No, I would just like to note, we did have a meeting last night, a special meeting regarding the hospital board and our resolution, and in our motion, I incorrectly named our resolution as 22-27, and it is actually 22-29. So I would just like to kind of note that for the record there. But if there's nothing else, we'll move on, okay? And we've got public items not on the agenda. Do we have any members of the public who want to make comments on items that are not on our agenda today? See a hand raised. If you give your full name and your address for us, go ahead, Ron. We cannot hear you. Still can't hear you. You look unmuted from our end. Sorry, Ron. I don't know what's going on. Can I send a chat? Sure. Do you have your phone on mute also, perhaps? I'm not sure, but go ahead and send the chat and we'll read that.
You have public comments on the budget, Tim.
So yes, I do.
Okay, while we're waiting for Ron's chat and public comment that he's putting into the chat, it doesn't look like we have any other public to make comment in the room.
Sorry, do you want to just type yes in case he can't hear us either?
Oh, yeah.
Yep, I got it.
Okay.
Okay, so in terms of public comment, the commissioners opened for public comment on October 15th, and we'll be closing public comment today, later in the meeting. So public comment submitted on Thursday, October 27th. Please include building a roof over Huck Finn Ice Rink in the budget so it can be used for more than 8 weeks per year. Submitted on Wednesday, November 2nd. I was happy to see that the estimated general fund for 2023 increased by 2.4 million. Please spend funds on community pool, and submitted on Friday, October 14th. Can you release a CSV or spreadsheet version of this different? Which we did update, and we just put the PDF of the document out.
Okay,
And that was
posted.
and that was all of the public comments that we've received. Did you receive any? No.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you, Tim. Ron, we haven't seen a chat from you. Oh, there we go. Okay, Ron writes, Ron Bertola's 1113 Mount Albert Drive. I'm wondering why the county has not published the expenditures since July nor posted them in the Herald Democrat. Okay. Thank you for your comment, Ron.
Let's go through the clerk's office.
They're just, you can't click it on the website.
Oh, the link doesn't work?
We will check the links on the website. It does not look like they are live for some reason. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. All right. Any other comments from the public today? All right. Seeing none, we'll move along to new business. And first on our agenda, we have consideration of an intergovernmental agreement between the city of Leadville and Lake County for the sharing of accommodations tax revenue. We have this led by our county attorney, Chris Floyd.
So,
And Adam, okay.
yeah, and I'd say, and Adam, in terms of, so this, as it states, is for the sharing of the accommodations tax revenue that the county's entitled to receive a portion of. I routed to y'all both, I guess, the final markup and final clean draft of the IGA. That I think we're at the point where work with city attorney Christiana McCormick to, I think, get that put in good shape. And so at this point, I would only ask if you have questions, comments, or concerns about the current terms in that IGA. Or if there's any changes you would like to have made before it's adopted and before it goes back to the city for confirmation that it's been adopted by the commissioners.
I just had 2 points of clarification, 2 questions. It was brought to our attention yesterday from Patrick and Deidre that the fees for utilizing UniRevs, as well as another fee were being applied to our remediation. And I was just curious if I could not find in the language if it's spelled out that we would be responsible for the fees associated with administering the program for the city.
Yeah, and that's, as I say, and that's something, I agree that,
UniRevs is the name of the
right,
program they're currently using, and in Q3 that was for over over $400 in administrative fees for Q3 alone.
Right now, let me get to that. I don't, off the top of my head, recall that being a part of the IGA in terms of the county reimbursing those pass-through expenses, if you will. Well, I'll say that for sure.
I'm not seeing.
That's what I didn't see that.
Adam, sorry, the treasurer just brought that up, knowing that there are fees associated for the city to engage with community revs. And they were bringing that up as a fee to make sure that it wasn't embedded in this.
It is, so on the stub that we received yesterday, it said total amount, the 1.92% that we receive minus those fees. So right on the pay stub, it said that it was, here's your total amount minus those fees, boom, here's the check amount.
Oh, okay,
So
so it is being pulled out of the
It is being
one
pulled
point
out.
nine.
Yeah, it is, and that's what I just learned this morning too, is being collected, on that.
And
I
I-
don't, off the top of my head, like I said.
And I appreciate it being brought to light because the past Q2 check I went and picked up from Donna, and she mentioned the fact that, give me a minute, I'm just figuring out what the fee amount is gonna be, and then I'll be able to print the check for you. So I think it's just good for a point of clarification about whether or not those pass-through fees are the responsibility of the county or not.
And also whether they've been charged and paid before, because it's the first time I've
And are
heard
they
of
being
them.
charged just on the 1.9% or on the 4.6 or 4.2?
That's a good
Is
question.
that full fee or is it proportional to whatever amount is
That's a
coming
good
out?
question,
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I'm not certain. I know it was over $400, and I know that the total amount, but again, I just don't know the fee structure for muni refs, so I don't wanna even speculate.
it seems not unreasonable that we would cover sort of our proportional share of that, but not more than that.
And then the only other question I had for clarification was just looking at the ballot language. I just am curious in terms of that IGA. I read it as the purpose of the accommodation tax is to provide funding of affordable and community housing programs and related lawful municipal expenses, as well as providing financial support to the Lake County Tourism Panel in the amount that maintains the panel's existing revenues for Lake County's lodging tax. So that is equal to 1.92%. And I just am not sure why it doesn't spell out what that exact amount is, right? That exact percentage. And I don't know.
Instead of just
Just-
perhaps interpreting that as correlating with a dollar amount.
Yeah, just not having super direct language.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
And it's
around the
1.9, right? There was a question on the
1.92%,
1.9.
yeah.
Because it's technically 2%, but the state takes out a 0.08% administrative fee.
Got it.
So it's 1.92% that the county collects and is sent directly to Crystal and then, or to the county. And then the 1.92% is calculated by the city and remediated to us. But again, I just was curious why it's not spelled out directly, and I wasn't involved in any of that, so I just looking for, while we're talking about it, I figured I'd ask the question.
I think we can definitely do that. I couldn't hurt to restate. It is in the obligations of parties, section 1. But Adam, I'm sorry, which
Yeah,
section are you?
So I was gonna say, are you on the IGA?
Yeah,
So section 4 talks about the different obligations of the
Great.
parties, and that section, that 4A1 talks about that the city shall pay the county a portion of the accommodation tax revenue it receives, equal to a tax rate of 1.9%, so that
Perfect.
1.9.
Okay, perfect, great.
So that's what I'm not seeing.
we changed that to 1.92.
I don't see anything that said, and that's what I'm looking through now, I don't see anything in here that says that they will take any fees from that.
See, yeah, I see it now, 1.9, yeah, it's
Yeah.
1.92.
So let's correct that.
Yeah.
Isn't anything in there that I'm seeing that allows for that, so I have no problem going back to them and saying the IGA does not provide for the city to take that fee.
Yeah, and I would offer too that, it's a bit challenging because they can decide to administer the program in any way they'd like.
Exactly.
And the county is choosing a completely different method that doesn't incur those kinds of fees. So I think it's more like the county chooses to administer the program in the way that they choose, and the city chooses to administer it the way that they choose, and then there's fees associated with each party is responsible for. That would be my thought, unless it was otherwise agreed upon. But just my thought.
So we could make a motion contingent on that conversation of requesting that the fees don't be taken out of our.
Yeah, to say if they, because it's not in the IGA. And so my recommendation would be, I'll go back to the city attorney and say, hey, we received this, this check and it's showing deduction of fees. There's nothing in the IGA to allow for those, and the county would ask that the IGA be adopted as written now. Because of the point that, it's the city's choice as to how they're gonna administer, and that the county should not be charged if they decide to outsource that administration effectively.
Okay. All right, so we have those two changes that we can include in that. Any other?
What was the other change? I'm sorry.
Just that correction of the specific 1.92%.
Oh, it's supposed to be 1.92%, sorry.
That is okay. I didn't realize that either. In section 4A1.
And then I guess my only other thing that I noticed in here that affects me is this annual report. And I'm just not sure, Chris, if we had any conversation or need to have any conversation about what that report looks like. So under county's obligations, which is
Me too.
4B, 2, reporting. The county shall provide to the city an annual report confirming the county's use of the tourism panel's payments for the uses specified herein. The preceding calendar year, the county shall provide the first annual report for calendar year 2022 by March 31st, 2023. I'm happy. I'm more than happy to put something together. I just don't know if we have had any conversation around what the expectations are there.
Depends on who you mean by we. I know that I have not had any conversations with the city regarding that.
Yep.
So I don't know if anyone else has.
And I'm happy to follow up with the city on what that could look like. I mean, I did present my budget for 2023 to them. I think that operating in a place of good faith, but I'd still like to understand what we want that report to look like.
Okay. And I would guess that the very core of it is just to kind of balance that, what's being remitted by the city, coming in on the county's end, and that those two numbers add up to the expenses of the tourism panel. Or I guess just balancing the budget of the tourism panel so that they're sure. I think they want to see that those dollars are going to and only being used from your budget, which they should. That is what should be happening. Right. Any other questions or comments on the idea?
Me.
Great. Adam, thanks for taking the time to look through that and point those out. Great. Well, I will entertain a motion then for the approval of the IGA between the city of Leadville and Lake County government for the sharing of accommodations tax revenue. Contingent on the clarification and request of the county to the city to ask that the IGA be adopted as written, and that the city's administration fees are not taken out of that 1.92% remitted to the county. And number two, that section 4A1 is 2%.
So moved.
Second?
Okay, any other discussion?
None from me.
Okay. Hearing none, all those in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, moving on to item 2, consideration of New Lake County financial management policies. And you have a presentation for us, Tim.
I do.
Great.
Very engaging presentation.
Your drivers.
But everybody makes fun of, because there's no color in it. There's a little now. So. Anyways, moving on. Apologies to those of you who have already sat through this presentation. But as we continue down our path of transforming the county into a more professionally administered and operated organization, there are financial policies that I suggest that the BOCC adopts, and these are in line with the Board of County Commissioners' vision, mission, and core beliefs. I'm not going to read for everyone because you can read them yourselves. Remember that? So we've worked on a financial management system over the past 12 years that include financial policies, long-range plans, our budget development, management, analysis that match and align with the BOCC's values of innovation, accountability, sustainability, efficiency, and being progressive.
12 months.
That's all.
Is it
You
yours?
just
said
Oh,
years,
did I?
just-
Oh.
12 years
Has
worth
it
of
felt that
progress.
long?
Yes.
It felt
12
like
years of
12
progress
years.
was made in 12
Yeah.
months, that's what you're trying to say.
I'll give you-
Yeah, so here's the presentation then of the financial policies that I'm recommending that the BOCC adopt. So we have a financial management system that we start with our policies, then it goes into a long-range plans, which goes into our budget, and then management of our budget, the reporting out, evaluation, and we do it all over again for the next 12 years. But so this is just another way for people who think differently to think of the financial management. So our long range plans, something that we've worked really hard on, and that we will only continue to get better at, estimating our revenues and expenditures, and also recognizing that Lake County is not immune to regional and national economic conditions, whether it's the interest rates for a COP or supply chain issues impacting us getting heavy equipment, things like that. So we need to take that high level view as we work on our long range plans. So our financial planning is designed to ensure the delivery of needed services as defined by policy and the comprehensive plan. And those will, of course, align with the BOCC's mission and vision. So our basic, the basic principles for, okay, there's more than just two, but there's a list of basic principles for the financial policies that include the long-range financial plans. So we want 3-year plans. At some point, we're going to move to 5-year plans, but so at least you guys can have a look into the future, and so you can make better financial decisions, or more informed, not better, more informed financial decisions. We'll continue to do conservative revenue estimates based on tax revenues and fees and fines and economic fluctuations. We include contingencies in our budget, so as you'll see when we get to the budget presentation, the county manager's budget as well as the BOCC's budget includes a contingency, because while we want people to be able to budget as the best they can, sometimes things happen mid-year, the boiler going down or some kind of other crisis or a new priority emerges. So we have a contingency fund. It's not meant for people to bank on using. It'll be a very hard conversation with department directors if they need to use the contingency funds, but we're always going to include contingencies going forward. We are working on our asset management plan, which we can fold into our long-range planning. So we're working on those. Public Works is the lead on that. And we, of course, are going to use proven methods, and those come from the generally accepted accounting principles, as well as the Government Finance Officers Association of America. And focus on being as transparent and accurate as possible with you guys and the public where the budget is. Seems really annoying. Does that not go? So again, back to we need to realize that we are in a regional and national economic system. Obviously, one of the main revenue drivers for Lake County government is the Climax mine, which is impacted more heavily by economic factors, but then of course impacts our budget. So we just need to keep in mind the big picture when we're thinking through our long range plans. Our department directors in the finance department will share the responsibility for the prep of financial plans for operations and asset management. It's not something that falls solely in my office or in Crystal's office, but everybody is a part of this. They all need skin in the game. I work very closely with department directors in finance on the line-by-line budgets that we then roll up and look into their long-range financial plans. And then as we're emerging, into 2023, the system, our financial management system and accounting system that we have has the ability to produce reports. So what we're going to do is send year-to-date, kind of month-to-date reports based on last year to all department directors, so they know where they're at in their budget cycle. I know where they're at. We can be more informed of the way of how they're spending money, and that would also help, inform the next year's budget, but then also that long-range plan as well. So then the status reports. So working on these, with the monthly reports that the finance office will provide to directors, we're going to have the regular status reports with the commissioners. So we're working on, we have a year-long calendar, right? So each department will be before the board for a work session. It obviously will not be their only touch with the board, but it will be broad updates on their organization or on their department, how they're operating, things they have, and then of course where their budget's at. They will also have the year-to-date or the mid-year budget review in June or July, where every department will be before the board again, looking at where their budgets are at and then projecting out to the end of the year, which then of course informs the next year's budget and then the long-range plans for that. Our rate structure, we have departments that do charge rates for the services that they provide to the public. We are working on doing a rate structure review. We've already started that, of course, with the Parks, Recreation, and Open Space Department, but it will continue to other departments so we can continue to drive departments to be more self-funded and provide relief to the general fund. Okay, staffing. So staffing, we need to plan and identify our staffing levels, including our justifications for any changes. You'll, as you see in the budget or in the payroll budget summary, you'll see the vacant positions we have that are budgeted for. But we also, we've taken a harder look at staffing this year and the staffing levels and the pay structures associated with that. So instead of, increasing one department with not thinking about another department that provides services to everyone, taking a much more holistic approach to it to meet the needs of the community and the services they expect. So our expenditures are based on our service levels and policies and workload indicators, which is approved by you guys. So in reviewing everybody's line by line budget and their expenditures of what is justified, what's not justified, you've always had 20K in X line in your budget, but you've never spent it. Guess what? I'm taking that away from you. Just because you've always done it that way, we're changing those things. And then of course, we will always include reserves for operations in our funds. That is an amount that needs to be determined, or a time frame that needs to be determined by the commissioners. So, that we can have, that we have reserves and that we can plan for a crisis, or at least have 3, maybe 6 months worth of operating to be able to staff down or change service levels drastically. All right, so our annual budget, so obviously it will be based on our fiscal year, which is by statute. The county leadership team and myself will present a balanced budget to you, and part of that is increasing efficiency in all county operations. So whether that is, upgrading technology to drive efficiencies, changing the organizational structure to, or reducing staffing levels in various places. But that is, one of the underlying main goals. Make it go. So obviously, the board is, staff is very thankful for the board on investments in our futures. We do have a, probably after the mine, we have the best benefits package in the county. And taking a long-term view of our investments of the people and resources, and protecting our staff and our resources from those things, and ensuring that the staff has, the tools they need to provide the services to the public. As you've seen already, like with the Human Services Department and the trauma-informed work they're doing in the language access policies that they're working on, we're going to share that with the rest of the county, so that other departments can adopt those language access policies and things like that. So, even through the leadership team, we've already started to share these resources. So identifying funding for new service levels, we should always be looking for new fundings or ways to be more efficient to free up more funding. And anytime we want to, new projects, new staffing, new things like that, we want to understand the costs and ongoing operations of that, so we can provide you with the best financial information that we can, whether it be construction of a new building or the hiring of a new FTE, things like that. What is the cost and benefit of those? Asset management plan we've already touched on, but we will, as we develop that, we'll get before the board again probably in Q1 of 23 so you can prioritize the asset management plan. And then, our employees are our most valuable asset. So working that way, we're thankful that the board has funded the Learning and Development Fund, which will go toward, to staff education and training that will benefit the entire organization. We said our benefit package is good. We offer, flexible workplace. If you need to bring your kid to work, bring your kid to work, bring your dog to work, bring your dog to work, those kind of things. Overhead cost allocations, you will not see this in the 23 budget, but Crystal and I are working on what that looks like for various funds and various funds. So for example, like the airport fund, the amount of time that myself, Crystal, HR, IT spend with the airport, we should get an overhead cost allocation from that fund to offset general fund impacts. And then our fund reserves, this will need to be a more detailed decision by the board, but we will need to decide. I propose 3 months operating reserves in this, but we do need, for each fund, you guys need to have a level that you're comfortable with for the fund reserves. So again, we're talking more on the reserves for capital funds, or other areas, so just, once the BOC sets a target for that fund, right, we need to work from that fund with that target, with that baseline level that you guys want in there. And same with, we do actually have the contingency fund in the budget, but we also have the mine closure fund. So seeking clarity from the BOCC on if we need that contingent fund or if the mine closure fund is, the purpose and intent of that is to be our contingency reserve. All right, so our comp plan and the financial plan and the budget, there are two ways to drive forward the BOCC's goals. So these financial management policies, align with our comp plan, and then also, of course, align with the mission, vision, and priorities of the board. So budget preparation, how we have prepared the budget in the past. So we've taken the board's directions and the input in the strat-op process to inform the budget process and ensure that your goals are met through where we propose to spend money. We do have our, the budget schedule is set, by statute, but we want, we'll follow these general guidelines as well so that you guys are constantly aware of the budget and where it's at, and then also looking into the future of where departments are looking where to go to meet your goals. All right, revenue projections. We have a decent handle on property tax and sales tax revenue projections. However, for departments that charge rates and fees for their services, we need more work done there. But those, as we think of our expenditures, we of course need to think of how we're going to pay for them. So that's why we have our revenue policies. Same for our expenditures. So we start with our existing staff. Propose COLA if the board so does that. The increased cost of benefits. So that of course is our biggest, personnel is our biggest expense, but that's also the biggest benefit that we have to the community. And then debt, if the county does have any debt, then we need to make sure that we budget for it. So in working with all of the department directors, they propose their budget to me. I ensure that, it's going to continue to drive efficiency in the organization and is in compliance with BOCC direction. And then the department directors may include supplemental budget requests in their annual budget requests, but that is outside of their base operating budget. And those requests come to me first, and then will present them later to you guys for with my recommendation, and then you of course choose on whether to fund them or not. The budget presentation is done by guidelines from the GFOA, and we have I'm very thankful for Allie and Bailey and HR have helped me a lot since Claire's transitioned to OEM on our budget document. So once we have final decisions from the board today, we can finalize that document. We will have a very robust and transparent budget document. And of course, citizen participation. I mean, we've kept our budget hearing open for 2 months, or public comment open for 2 months. We hear from the public throughout the year on where their priorities are, things like that, and we try and reflect that in the budget as appropriate, based on the BOCC's goals for the county. We have our public hearings. We will meet our state and our other requirements. Reviewing nonprofit contributions, we only have 3 this year. We have the Community Foundation, the Tabor Opera House, 4, the Cloud City Conservation Center, and the Chafee Housing Trust. But we'll ensure that folks put their applications in accordance with their status. And then, of course, I would present a, funding decision to you guys.
Are we doing a contract in C4 instead of a request?
We're doing both. So we're taking some of that request they have and turning it into a contract.
Okay.
As time goes on, we'll turn it
And then
on.
some smaller amount than in the past for sort of, core organizational support.
Mhm.
All right, so how we manage our budget. So we have our purchasing and accounting system. Before I came on board, you worked with county attorney to develop the procurement policy, which is excellent. And now that legal counsel will be coming in-house, we can ensure that it is fully enforced. All of the time, based on our procurement policy. And then we are working at CLT on commissioner reports. So there's not really a base template I can use for each department, but I will work with each department head on the creation of those. And then as the years go on, you review them and provide feedback. We'll hone them in for each department on what their monthly report looks like. And some of them might end up being quarterly reports. I don't know. But anyway, CLT is committed to getting you regular information. All right, the level of approval, right, based on the commissioners, what you do. So just things that we need to look at. Sorry, got distracted. So anyway, so anytime anybody requests anything, these are the things that we need to look through to ensure that one, we should fund it, and two, that it will provide what is being asked for. So we'll follow the emergency declarations if there is one. Thankfully, we have the OEM now, which can help with that. So if we need to amend the budget, we can do mid-year amendments or any time of the year amendments. Departments, of course, need to provide information, to you guys, but also to me. And then we can officially amend the budget. So a proposed change here. So transfers of existing budgets. So in someone's existing budget, if somebody comes to me from CLT with a compelling argument to transfer between categories and departments within a fund, if you're comfortable with that, then I can grant those requests of department directors. Again, following the principles aligned above, and let's say if we have a large vacancy savings in a certain department, but they have a something that they need to do within a department or things like that, that's a discussion that they would have with me, that ensure that it's compliant with the goals and objectives of the annual budget and as approved by you guys, but giving me the ability to change, to allow department directors to do those things.
Great.
Yes, we want to save money anywhere we can and drive efficiencies through that. So these things, can lead to incentives like a merit-based pool for staff that excel, and keep driving them forward for saving money for the taxpayers. Our intergovernmental budgets, which is one area where we spend a lot on. Our intergovernmental budgets, sorry, I was thinking of IGAs. We're not there yet. Sorry, get too excited. Oh, it is, okay. So basically, this is just like how, contracting through.
Partners.
Yes, thank you. So for our accounting, auditing, and financial reporting policies, we will follow GAAP. We will have an independent audit every year. We will start, to work on internal auditing of that. So I think, with that, doing a decent job on it, but I think as Commissioner Fiedler has requested, it's having some kind of exceptions report. So if there's a large expenditure somewhere or whatnot, it will be in your consent agenda going forward in the new year. So you can see where those things are at, or where they're happening, and a tool to hold myself and the rest of leadership accountable. Internal controls, as we've built out our finance office more, and these will continue to be developed and to be more adopted. So working on implementing more of these to ensure that our money is managed correctly, and that we can answer fully any of the public's or the board's questions about any transactions at any time. Hopefully going forward, we can start to reduce a lot of the funds that we have, and maybe consolidate some things, because the more funds there are, it's just like the more work that needs to be done, or mistakes could happen. We are working on this for the statement of purpose for each fund. So what is its intent, the revenue restrictions, its contingencies, and then its reserves that we've discussed earlier, so that the BOCC easily has that handy, but then also the public as well. And then the rationale, if there is a funding subsidy from the general fund, just ensuring that rationale is there, or whether that subsidy, could be or should be eliminated or changed. All right, so financial reporting. So as we work throughout the year, we will be doing budgetary comparisons, so comparing our actual financials with what the budget that the BOCC adopted. Throughout the year as well, having those regular check-ins on our financial conditions, ensuring compliance, and then the efficiency and effectiveness of everything that we do in line with the budget that the BOCC has reported, and then having our manager reports where department directors will prepare these reports for me to discuss their actuals and their budgets for revenues and expenditures, and then this will feed into the work sessions that will be with the board, so you can see where each department is at. So on this one, before invoice control, I would like to suggest a change to this proposal to stick with our current structure, which can be improved, but I think making this drastic of a change right now is not in our best interest. So currently invoices are sent to, I've got a term, the contract manager. The contract manager reviews the invoice, sees that the services or goods were delivered on said date, signs off on it, goes to their supervisor signs off on it, and they provide the coding, and then it is sent to the finance office where the accounts payable clerk inputs it into the system, is then reviewed by the finance director, and then ultimately reviewed by the BOCC for check signature or EFT payments. I think this the model I just described is what we used at the state. And I think we can deconstruct some things in our accounts payable process and then reconstruct it so that this can become much more efficient. And I think we can use technology a lot more, like with the creation of receiving reports and things like that. So what finance gets is not something with my handwriting that they can't read to try and figure out how to code something. But anyway, and then I think, in 23 and in Q1, we can work on like that very clear SOP, finance office SOP for accounts payable. And then speaking of operating policies, every time every time department directors come in to meet with you guys, especially in these budget meetings or the check-ins on where they're at, that we also need an update on their operating procedures. So we're going to create operating procedures in 2023 for how things are done. We have big blanket umbrella things like HR policies, that apply to everyone. But in certain departments, whether it's on-call duties or things like that, we need clear SOPs that have staff and management buy-in and then approval from the BOCC. Anyway, and then our check preparation, these things are not foreign to you, but this is how things are done, and we do need to just create like an SOP for that. I think there's areas that we could we can what was I? Yeah,
Well, it's like,
it's gone, yeah.
When is the BOCC question it?
Right,
Let's have
yeah,
them question it before you get to the checkpoint.
yes. So, and I think too, is going forward, especially when we're working with legal counsel in-house, we can have that. So when a contract is executed, we have the funding can be encumbered then, we have the account coding, we know all of that, so the contract manager has it, finance has that, so finance doesn't look, and you guys have that as well as a reference point, so we can see where funds are coming from and how they're being spent. Another great thought was on the SOPs, doesn't matter. Oh, and then I think it's possible in 2023 to explore certain areas, like, let's say if there's, an expense under $500, just pay for it, right? Or buy, or when things, like some of the, larger invoices we have that hit the finance office, maybe then we prioritize that way. Like if we have an invoice for $183,000, it needs, we need to ensure it's thoroughly reviewed and all of that, but that should hit the books a little quicker.
We could streamline those recurring for utilities payment, so that we're not.
Yeah.
Holding those up.
All right, so revenue policies, right? Revenues and rates are going to be based on our specific use of services. So the county charges for services that benefit specific user groups, right? So whether if you're looking at community planning and development, the landfill, or the airport, right? We charge for those services that is benefiting that one group, building a new house, flying a plane, disposing of your waste. So our charges for services that benefit specific users, we should aim to recover our full costs, right? Including the direct, indirect depreciation, and general fund overhead. So using community planning and development going ahead, or as an example, we have 750 homes proposed to community planning and development, or PUDs and subdivisions proposed to community planning and development in 2022. That's big money, and I'm not saying that we need to charge, like obscene costs or anything, but at least that department should be able to recover its costs for all of the work for a developer to build a unit that will sell for $600,000+. We should also need, as we've discussed in the past, we need to diversify our revenue, especially given how reliant we are on Climax. And then any way we can recapture investments. So we want to use all of our resources efficiently and drive staff to do that. So that's why the proposal to create the merit-based pool later in the budget presentation is that as an incentive for employees to drive efficiency within the organization and increase service levels. We need to ensure that we're collecting all of our existing revenues or opportunities to us, or other areas, that we could maximize out, whether it's a sin tax like nicotine products, or, you know, focusing on like a disposable bag fee or things like that, that will benefit the county. And then, of course, ensuring that revenues are consistent with county goals. I suppose if all three of you smoked, you might not want to increase nicotine taxes, but since you don't, I think we're okay.
Just a quick question there, by
Yes.
already entitled, do you sort of mean like allowed under state statute, or you know, that other jurisdictions are doing?
Yeah.
That we might want to consider.
Yeah, and those are things that, you know, staff and myself can present to you on things that you should consider, that you either think is good for the community or is a no-go, you know, things like that. So just further considerations on revenue. You know, underlying all of that is we want, you know, economic stability that can keep our county competitive, but it is, you know, it's challenging sometimes looking around because we're surrounded by some very wealthy counties. So revenues impact, right? So that impacts our financial forecasts and our budget processes and revenue generating proposals. When we're doing that, we need to review the total community in review. So look at prior year circumstances. So inflation in the past year is a great example, right? To inform your decision making on any other revenue decisions. And then at a minimum, every 5 years, county leadership in the BOCC should review openly all revenues that are charged within the county. So airport fees, landfill fees, the mills, we'll obviously do those every year, but we need to get in a better habit so that community planning and development is not working with a 2000 rate table. All right, so department directors, right, they have a responsibility in this, and they need to, this will be part of the exceptions report, Jeff, going forward. So any revenues that vary from their budget by 5K or 20%, they need to provide me with rationale why, and then we will bring that to the board on your consent agenda or open agenda for discussion. Again, back to using proven methods. There's no reason for us to recreate the wheel. We have GFOA, we have GAP, we have these resources. We're going to continue to use them. And then, like I said, you know, this long range plan and this budget includes a 3-year lookout. Ultimately, I want to get the county to 5-year lookouts for revenues and expenditures. And then enterprise funds need to, of course, recover their costs since they are enterprise funded. I don't think we have any. All right, so our operating policies. So every department's operating policies, you know, should aim to have their revenues, if they have any, to cover their current expenditures. And we're going to try as hard as possible to not restrict any county revenues, so we can leave as much funding unrestricted as possible. So not moving things into various funds unless they're like the one-time cash transfers that need to help with the capital project or a large expense that department did not anticipate. But we should, at all costs, try not to restrict our revenues. And then, you know, again, back to reserves. We have to have our reserves, and I think for operating, I would suggest 3 months, but then we can review each other fund to determine what reserve level you want. Financial controls, right? So in this, you know, these will be emerging, but these are happening. So having that fiscal impact analysis, so any large change or big change, we need to be able to think in terms of dollar signs of what it's going to cost the county, especially for ongoing costs or unfunded mandates from the state. And then also, you know, reviewing previous and existing agreements that the county is funding that no longer benefit the county and only benefit the other party. So our financial accounting system, again, back to the periodic status reports. So myself, finance and department directors will be receiving those monthly reports. We'll look in on those. And then, as I said, when the department directors come in for their work sessions with you, depending on the time of year, it will be, I think the sheriff is coming in February, so there's not going to be a whole lot. But later in the year, you'll see him again, have that proposal. So in this, reviewing for the efficiency and effectiveness, this ties into the staffing plans and the staffing capacity plans. And then looking through everything that we do. I think we've done a great job with CLT and the board and all staff on breaking that mold of, but we've always done it this way. People know not to say that to me. So we've changed a lot of those things. And there's still a few exception-based procedures, which we're working on eliminating those. And again, the review of the prior commitments that former boards have made. And then, we should just have a goal on, recovering cost of providing our services for the departments that are able to do so. You'll notice a lot of this is repetitive because it needs, but each section of it is a little repetitive, but they all tie together. So right, again, back to cash reserves, we need to maintain that. The BOCC will determine that level. Our inventories, we continue to drive forward the work on capital assets and the deferred maintenance plans. So you'll see those emerging soon. Our cash management system. I don't know that we have any competition here, really, in terms of with private business, but if there are areas where we see a private business that is doing something more efficient than we are doing, we should explore that opportunity. Back to citizen input, it's very important that myself, county staff, and the commissioners are open to the public feedback, and then at least think about that when we are developing the budget. Utility conservation, this again plays into former commitments that were made, but we don't need to pay anybody else's utilities. We should be focusing on conservation of our own energy resources and things like that. So really, we're taking a fine-tooth comb to any agreement that we enter into. And our budget preparation, back to that. So having those utility expenses, I think this year is a perfect example of throwing everything out and not being able to to plan for that. But any savings or the excess in that should be restricted to utilities and can't be used for anything else. Like, oh, I'm gonna take this money and use it for that. Any of those things need to be approved by me. And then we need to get better at encumbering funds, of looking out and then being able to just encumber this amount of money for utilities. No, you can't use it for anything else. Internal loans, we have a proposal from the airport. So if we can, it's up to you if you want to charge the airport interest on that loan. Procurement, back to our procurement code. And then thank you again to the commissioners for having the travel and training budget, but also the learning and development fund. But it's also good for you guys to continue any training opportunities or things that you learn about that will help drive forward your priorities for the community. So when we're in the phase for capital planning and budgeting, right, we need to ensure that we have a strong bond rating before we go out for any of that. Again, back to the 5-year plans, and then having our citizen involvement, which are things we've all done. So as we think about these large capital projects, we need to keep thinking kind of the methods of our financing and fully understanding the details of the plan, even if it means dragging our feet to understand what that means for it. And then also having that understanding of the future maintenance and operational costs of any, whether it's a new piece of equipment, new building, all of those things, to see if we actually can afford it, or making changes to current service levels to be able to afford it. Identifying project funding, there's lots of different ways for it, but we need to do our best to estimate costs and then also potential funding sources. Like I said, back to our asset management plan. The asset management plan will inform these capital decisions. Same with our equipment replacement. And then, the equipment replacement should be on the pay-as-you-go basis. So basically, once something has reached end of useful life, and maintenance, and considering maintenance costs, or if there was a time, 10 years ago, maybe we should have traded that in when it was worth a lot, but here we are with nothing. So thinking about that, and then so those requests also go into the department's supplemental requests. That's outside their normal operating. Our planned funding, there are certain areas where we can, planning for things for maintenance and replacement and enhancements of things. So instead, so we're avoiding the situation that we're in now with, the boiler in the courthouse, with, and other things. So we're always continually planning, which is, one of the directives from the board of continuous improvement. Considering renovations for things, right? We need to consider those first before building something new. But renovation can be a capital expense, and just needing to think about those as we go through the capital process. For capital priorities, we want to provide the BOCC with as much information as possible. So whether it's statutory required things, the cost of it, maintenance of existing things. So just we want to provide you with as much information as possible before you make those decisions. And then also, ensure that with those recommendations, but also with the data provided to you, that it meets your county policies. So this one, right? The last sentence is the most important. The county will take actions to ensure that financial risk to the county is minimized. So if we have, we have multiple other districts within this county, but as evidence over the past couple of weeks, right, with the hospital district, things like that, but we just need to ensure that the county is best protected and not seen as a piggy bank for these other districts. And this one does focus on physical plants, but if Twin Lakes were to ever go forward and have water treatment or things like that, what does the county's commitment, if any, look like for that? So just considering those things.
Sure, yeah, or adjacent and other jurisdictions, improvements and development, we're already, we are impacted physically by
Yes.
a lack of physical engineering.
Right, yep.
In certain circumstances.
Yeah. So if we do take on long-term debt, just need that basic understanding that it is a future, it's a future liability, so it's against our future revenues. So thinking about that, whether it's from bonds, lease purchase agreements, or installment purchase contracts, right? That we might be able to fit it in this budget year, but what does that mean for the out years? We need to budget for that. Our capital projects, right? Long-time borrowing, which we've looked at for the Justice Center. there's a proposal for life of bonds or the COPs to not exceed 75% of life of the project. So hopefully we should, if we do take out the COP, we should not be paying for it in 55 years or 67 years, however old this building is.
The typical, I mean, I've heard 50 years as like what people throw out as sort of like lifetime of new building. So, yeah. That's not, they got a 50-year.
Yeah, I agree. So we will not use long-term debt for current or annual operations, and we will review our debt limitation, set by Tabor and other statutory regs annually. All right, so investment policies, we will add those in 2023. I don't think we have any right now, but a review, of the ASARCO blood lead fund, other investment areas, I think we can maximize some other revenues for that, for the county.
Do we need to vote on the financial policies?
Yes.
Are you gonna roll into this, or do you wanna go through or have our,
I think
just the financial policies?
I would suggest voting on the financial policies, and then we'll do the budget presentation. And go from there.
Okay. Do we have any questions for, thank you for the presentation. Any questions for Tim?
No, that was pretty comprehensive.
Yeah, I have no questions either. All right. What's our title on this?
Lake County, yeah.
Alrighty,
I can go for it.
great.
I move that we approve the new Lake County financial management policies.
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion?
Just say thanks to all the work from in Dallas, all staff, yeah, I'm just not here. Both to write these, but also make sure that we have the in-house staffing and capability to implement them.
Right,
So
yeah.
Thank you.
Definitely echo that. Gratitude for your work, Tim. And also just to reiterate many of the points that you had made with the standard operating procedures, the values, the levels of service, like all of those things are, and really even would maybe never get done depending on the community climate. We will revisit those in depth to assess what has been going on, but the intention is to continue to revisit those to make sure that we're meeting the community's needs. And those, I really appreciate that being a part of any request or change or pivot to where we are investing our dollars, of like, if we're going to start this, what do we need to stop, or how do we need to continue other things? Because I think that, I would imagine that pops up in all of our heads, and we think of like the 20 other things that might have to take a back seat to this request. But to have that a part of all of our leadership and staff and employee understanding of, so that if we fail to articulate that, it's already embedded in the thought process for the organization, because everything that's presented should be addressing comprehensive, strategic, countywide priorities as an agency and as the community. So just to reiterate, it's an ongoing process and conversation, and I look forward to us all being better, participating in that better. But all right, if there is no further discussion, nothing to add.
No,
All right.
I'm good.
All those in favor? Aye.
I
Great.
Thank you.
Fantastic, thank you. Let's see, budget or agenda.
mean, we can,
Resolution.
Yeah, and
Resolution.
and if you, I don't know if you need to change, so this is the, so this will be the budget presentation, so I don't know if you need to do, if you wanna hear this and propose any changes, and then do those resolutions,
Sure.
Okay,
does
Yep.
that work?
yeah, that's fine. So
Okay.
we'll hit 4 first and then jump back to 3 on certification of the mill levy. All right, so number 4 is resolution 22-31, a resolution making annual appropriations, budget adoption, and resolution for fiscal year 2023. And Tim has another presentation to walk us through on some supplemental requests and other conversations and decision items before we make any final
Yeah.
action. Thank you.
So this is the 2023 budget proposal. We'll go over kind of our revenues, the budget process, our department budgets, and then other Lake County revenue and funding commitments. So as you're aware, so a big chunk of where our revenue comes from is from the Climax mine, actually a terrifying amount of it. So it is imperative, to think through this lens of where our revenues do come from, and the impact of a closure or a slowdown at the mine would have on our priorities. And then also, this screams that we need to diversify our economy, which we will work on in the budget presentation. Other areas of where Lake County government receives revenue, and these are just property taxes. I did not have the sales taxes in this presentation. Sales tax is about $3 million this year. Yeah.
3.3 maybe
A little over.
estimated.
Okay. But then other valuations based on the mills, from here, residential, obviously making up a large amount of that. And we will get more commercial going. So our budget process has changed drastically this year. So the review and analysis of all departments and budgets and budget requests has happened with Crystal, myself, and Dallas. You just approved the financial policies, so thank you. And we're working on long-range financial plans that show revenues and expenditures for 3 years out. The goal, we'll get to 5 years, but we're starting with 3. We are fine-tuning our financial management system. We have developed the plan on a page in the strata process that shows the BOCC's mission, vision, policies, priorities for the community. And our budget process ties to our other county policies and procedures, but also, everything has been viewed with the lens that it aligns with the BOCC's vision for the community. So the budget process and the budget document that will be posted will look different because each department has a budget narrative. And in that narrative, the departments discuss the services that they provide to the community, not what they do, the services that are provided to the community. They discuss their current issues, short-term and long-term objectives. In what month is 9? September. In September, you held work sessions with each department going over their initial proposed budgets. We have changed things since then, which we will talk about going forward. So one thing we have changed, so when we post the budget, there will be 3 links for everyone. We will have the budget document, and then we'll have this presentation, and then we will have the line-by-line budget. So what we have done this year is to roll up everything into budget categories, so it is more digestible to the public and hopefully to everyone, so that you can just more easily see the story that the numbers are telling. So you'll be able to see whatever department it is, if you're looking at their expenditures and professional services category, like, wow, why did it tick up and why did it tick back down? Probably there's a large contract or something that was needed, but it should lead to more transparency and more engagement with the public, and it's also it's easier to understand. The budget categories are broken out, are rolled up line by line budget is rolled up into revenues and into expenditures, and then they have those categories. So we, based on the board's direction, CLT are leading change. So we have, where are we? Probably on 4, maybe 5. What do you think? 4 or 5?
I'm a tougher grader than you.
Yeah.
It's okay.
3.
We're on 2.
You're past 3.
Okay. But we have, over the past 12 months, we've done a tremendous amount of work, and I'm very thankful for the county team and for the BOCC on driving forward all of this work. There's not been a lot of resistance to adding structure and accountability into the organization. So very excited about that. We have thoroughly discussed why change is so necessary at Lake County government. I believe we have identified the people who are going to implement it, and maybe we're between 3 and 4, how things should and will be, and we're working on telling people how and why things will be different. So we have worked on the strat op process and created the plan on the page. So the plan on the page is a document which we can publish. Oh no. We get a little more fine-tuned, but the strat op process really working with Dallas, we took where the board's perspective was, where they want to go, the action implementation plans, what's important to do now, focusing on structure, management control, and then renewal. So every 90 days as we work on the action implementation, action initiative plans, we will be scrubbing and updating this plan on the page. The plan on the page is not a static document. It is something that is consistently updated to meet the BOCC's vision for the community. And it's a great way, it's a great marketing tool, a great tool for us, anybody at Lake County government to say, what are you working on? And say, well, let me show you. It's all on one page, which is very impressive for government because my slide deck is not one page. Okay, so the presentation will focus on a proposed mill levy allocation that looks like this. You can see the changes between 22 and 23. And so every year, you guys set out and pass the allocation of the county's property taxes for the following year. The total property tax revenue budget is determined by the county mill levy multiplied by the final net assessed valuation of property within Lake County, which is provided by the assessor's office. The board raised the mill levy for 2022 budget adoption to the max allowable amount of 41.999 mills. This increase was to capture all allowable property tax revenue for the continuation of essential services and projects. The proposal is that the mill levy will remain at the max allowable amount for the 2023 budget. And just so everyone knows, so every odd year, the assessor's office reevaluates all real property in the county. Valuations are based on historic market sales. The 2023 reevaluation will be based on sales data from July 1, 2020 to June 30, 22. The estimated valuation will go up about 30% total for Lake County. The notice of valuation go out every May, and then, at that time, taxpayers have the option to protest their valuation. The climax mine by proceeds valuation is expected to go up again, but not at the rate as extreme as the 2022 valuation, where the valuation went up over 1,000% from 21 to 22. So our mill levies, we estimate about like 3.5 million increase from 22, or based on the property taxation. You did. Tax revenue increase for 23 is 3.5. So that's so just keep that in mind. And of course, these mills can change based on the board's direction, but this is, the budget following this is based off of this, which we can change if you have any conditions upon approval. Here's Lake County government on a slide. So as you can see, we cover a broad scope of things. You're not public, you're there. So everything from the airport to Parks, Rec, and open space is under the purview of Lake County. There's a lot that we do, especially for the size of our community. So hopefully everyone is proud of that. We do a lot of municipal functions that they should do, but don't, but that's all right. We'll provide those services to the community. And there, a lot of like essential services and emerging needs services like housing are being funded by Lake County government. In total, I think we have 125 FTE. Oh, there we go. So year over year from 2020 to 2023, our change in FTE count. So so we have 27 vacancies right now, or well, if this budget is approved, we will have 27 vacancies. And that will include, the sheriff's proposal of 12 new staff members, the expansion of the Parks, Rec, and open space. My office will include the community justice coordinator, the communications director, and an administrative assistant. Those three are vacant right now. We will have a decision later on the coroner's office and staffing levels there, but you can see the change in FTE count over time. Do you have any questions?
No.
Okay. Part-time equivalents. So we have expanded several departments and several service areas to the public. So a lot of our part-time staff are with the pros department and with Goal. So for Rocky's Rock, to run the sledding hill, ice rink, all that kind of stuff, those are all part-time positions. And as you can see, there is an increase in them.
Are the internship opportunities that we provide classified as part-time, or are they like in their own category?
They are, as part-time, yeah. And happy to take an intern for anything. Oh yeah, because finance, library, sheriff's office, corner does not have interns.
You said anything.
I guess, yes, sorry. Okay. Okay, Phil. So Lake County Board of County Commissioners, so your current issues, things that you have directed me to focus on, so updating and improving the organizational operations and administration of the county. Focus on emerging needs, including land use decisions, economic development, management of tourism, county assets.
It said hide floating something controls.
Video
Right, thank you. We want to continue to elevate the BOCC to better represent Lake County on numerous public and private area discussions and meetings, and then of course advancing the strategic priorities of the county. Sorry. So these were the budget objectives that I received from the board. 23, increasing capacity of staff to support creativity and innovation for future service delivery, and increased representation of Lake County at regional, state, and federal levels. Electeds. Looking farther out, investing in new services that benefit the community by increasing our community's economic base and increasing the focus on long-term community development. So your proposed budget for 2023 and going out is $450,466. There are 3 of you in this department. Your salaries are set by state statute. We have included in there for your training budget. Having that in there so you guys can go to various trainings and travel opportunities. We've increased your professional services line a little bit to account for some future contracts. Supplies are down, and you will notice that the other line I've removed from your budget, which used to be the commissioner's other fund. So I've removed
Thank
that. Yes, so I removed that from your budget, sorry. But that has reduced your budget by a decent amount. And then looking out anticipates kind of an inflationary cost in those professional services. And then assuming
That the services
Increases.
line too, if you're concerned about why why it's such a drastic change. We pulled the telephone out from under the commissioners, so right now it's housed under IT. My staff's working on breaking those out by departments, so they'll be more reflective in departments' expenditures.
Overstating your cost of your department, stating the other departments.
Yeah. The goal as well through the budget process is to show the true cost of operating each department.
And well, just one thing, that was sort of a slush fund, but that was like a pet project fund, right? That we're trying to make sure those sit in a department where staff are helping.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's like the
Exactly.
They were
contingent
reallocated.
fund too.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wouldn't
Yeah.
necessarily call it a pet project fund, but.
Emerging
Yeah.
projects, that's
Yeah.
the right word. Yeah.
So the assessor's office current issues revolve around staff development, sharing the knowledge with the community of the market-based approach to value properties, and then working on the employee evaluation process, which thank you for adopting that when you did. So as the assessor's office can start working on that process. 23 objectives were to work on improving commercial appraisals. So hopefully now that they have staffed up mostly, so that person can be cross-trained in commercial, so we don't have to contract that service out. Working with the BOCC to reduce the impact of increased valuation on Lake County residents, working on customer service, and then the use of field technology. You'll see the 2025 objectives are blank.
How come they're blank?
The deputy assessor put together the budget for the assessor's office, and that came from her working at the county leadership level with that. The assessor's never been a part of the budget process, at least in my tenure here, so he was absent from that, and then a lot of this was put together before the election, so the deputy assessor and I felt it was inappropriate to have the 2025 objectives in there. And here we are.
Okay.
So you'll see a modest increase in the assessor's office budget. I think it is coming from so some of the supplies and services, some of the technology needs, and then they have now they've staffed up. They are at 6 FTE. In reality, 5 people show up for work, but so they are staffed up. All the way. Clerk and recorder. So current issues, upgrading technology for official recording functions. As you know, Lake County government tends to hoard things. So if we can index and archive documents electronically and get rid of hard copy things, that would be great. We want to work on improving customer service, and then election security and upgrading the surveillance technology that is used during elections to ensure that our elections are safe and transparent. 23 objectives. like you said, renewing the current equipment, improving customer service. And the 25 objective was ensuring that the new clerk and recorder is fully trained and understands their job and that. And Cindy, I don't know if you have any comments.
I know we just got approved for the cameras and stuff, so,
Oh, you did?
yes.
Okay, sweet. And that was, because that's partially grant funded, right?
Yes.
Yep,
Yes.
okay.
But that just got approved.
Awesome, that is good to hear. So you will, as you'll see on the top in the budget, on the category roll-ups, the clerk and recorder's office is a revenue generating office. Most of those revenues are set by state statute, but there might be an opportunity to increase revenues from there. They pay for at least like half their budget. And they have, a total of 7 FTE, and then I believe, how many election judges do you have? Part-time when they come in, but a
Like
handful.
10 or so.
Yeah, about
Yeah.
10.
Yeah, so 10 election judges who we also pay.
Okay.
Treasurer's office, so we still need to just like increase our pressure on Tyler, the assessor's office, community planning and development, the finance office and the assessor's office all use Tyler. It works for some, it does not work for others. So in 23, we just need to double down with Tyler on holding them to the contractual agreement, which included in-person training. Unfortunately, when we deployed the system, it was in the middle of COVID, which is not an excuse for them to not send someone here to help train all of us on it. And then this is one thing we'll work on with Chris in 23. So implementing a contract management SOP for the county, because I think sometimes when the treasurer, where funds are encumbered, how we can work with finance better. So it's just all of those things so that that whole process is smooth and everybody understands it.
Is that contract management SOP, does that include like grant management or those contracts as well? Or
I would anticipate, yeah, if nothing else, the contract administration process should include your grant agreements.
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's nice to see from all the other elected office a focus on improving customer service. I know that Deidre wants to step up and work harder on tracking of the funds collected and distributed, working with finance on what those look like. There we are, enhancing partnerships with other county and state departments. Longer term, just a lot, cash management, cash forecasting and risk management SOPs. And then just continuing training with Tyler, or maybe by then preparing for another software conversion that might fit the needs of the size of our government. I mean, Tyler's meant for Dallas and Austin and King County, Seattle. Tyler is much more geared towards massive municipalities and counties. They give about us, even though we are a customer.
So in terms of customer service, not in terms of actual software ability?
I don't know, I think you could debate that. I think there are a lot of things that,
Well, there were a lot of things that I thought we were getting, and that was presented to us. And I would kind of make the assumption that if they're used to, oh, okay.
So it depends on.
Depends on the department, because Patrick's is awful.
Yeah.
And I don't know that I don't know, does Dallas use Mills? Or how other municipalities and counties are funded or use their treasurer's offices.
Just a lot of times understanding when you put in a new financial management system, everybody says I want something new, and then you get the new financial management system, the first thing you do is tell them, I want to do what my old stuff used to do. And so you end up trying to manipulate the new system to be like the old system that you got rid of because you didn't like it. And so it's your willingness to listen to new ideas, to train, to understand really how the system works. I'm sure the system has everything in the world in it that you could possibly use. The problem is it has everything in the world in it. So that makes it hard for you to find what's most applicable for you.
Proposed budget from the treasurer's office, you'll see the increases in professional services, and let's see, in staffing, and then a little bit on their supplies, but again, on the smaller end of that, and there are 3 FTE in that department. They also get some revenues, but not enough to really offset a lot. Maybe someday we'll get there to offset 1 FTE.
Right, through their, the treasurer fees. It looks wonky because that's where all of the property taxes for the county.
Yeah.
For the general fund mills are allocated to the treasurer, as well as sales tax. All of that is recorded under their budget.
Yeah. It's not theirs, it's yours. My office, county manager's office, so taking direction from the board on focusing on improving organizational efficiency, the budget process, continuing to work on existing revenues, on revenue analysis, of course, all the other things of housing, workforce development, deferred maintenance, and the Justice Center. My objectives for 2023 continue on improving the organizational structure, help and implement internal and external communication programs, make reductions in expenditures, and drive forward other efficiencies. Accurately and authentically identify current and future service level goals. It might be a hard thing for a lot of people to hear, but Lake County government probably as a whole provides like a C, maybe C- level of service to the community. How can we increase that, whether through staffing, organizational changes, things like that, so we can improve the service levels that are given to the community. Longer term, I want to free up more of your time, because then you can represent Lake County in higher level decisions at the state, regional, and federal levels. Work on department evaluations. So I will be doing, evaluations, performance evaluations with each department director, but going forward, I also would like to focus on a department evaluation of like, are you meeting the services that the board expects you to meet to the community? And then I want to continue with the Learning and Development Fund and continue to develop the excellent staff that we do have. To see an increase in my budget, so including vacancies in 2024, I would have 4 FTE in there, which includes the Community Justice Coordinator, which is a grant-funded position for about 5 years. The Comms Director, which you guys have approved, filling my administrative assistant position, and then myself. So I'm a center driven by personnel.
Is the attorney in here?
No, she's her own separate department. The attorney only reports to the Board of County Commissioners, so she's her own separate department. Okay.
Oh.
There we go.
Nice.
So proposal going forward is appointing in-house legal counsel in the form of Chris Blue. Which we'll do that in your annual resolution going forward, but again, agreeing on that. The professional services line there would be, aside from what has been paid to Rocky Mountain General Counsel, is all other legal services that the county has provided
Like water.
in 22.
Water, environmental.
Environmental,
Yeah.
Melanie.
use,
Okay.
all of that. So going forward, as we structure that and bring Chris in, Chris is the gatekeeper before we go to outside counsel. Because there's a lot of things that Chris can do for us there. So, and anyway, so we have put together the 2023 budget. We do need to spend time in 23 evaluating legal services and having it in-house. And then we can develop a better long-range plan outside of personnel for the county attorney's office.
Okay.
Does professional services include like mediation and like any litigation support that
It would depend on whether or not it was covered by insurance.
Oh,
So
gotcha, yeah.
that just depends, but yeah,
Okay.
if there
but I'm
was
covered,
other
yeah.
types of internal processes, if you wanted to engage a mediator or something for it, then I would anticipate that being included.
Finance department, so continuing the implementation of the financial management system. So continuing to fine tune our financial and budget policies, long range plans, having a more transparent budget process, and enhanced financial reporting. Continuous improvements on the integrated financial accounting system, and then improving service levels for both our internal and external customers. So the outline of this deck, as you probably noticed, is most elected officials. The other two are set aside because there's some more decisions that need to be made there. And then focusing on, my office, the county attorney's office, the finance office, IT and HR, right? Service the organization so that people can do their jobs to serve the public. Crystal, part of that and serving the public has that external focus as well. But like Ally doesn't really have an external focus at all. So working on 23 as we work on staffing up in the finance office, freeing up more time for Crystal to be more proactive, setting a goal for payments, better use of technology, doing our revenue and rate analysis and then increasing those. Then working on overhead cost recoveries. And then, longer term, just increased financial analysis on your rate philosophies, looking at all of our agreements and redoing all of those with the goal of increasing unrestricted revenues for you guys and new revenue opportunities. So the increases here you will see in professional services and in personnel. So going into 23, including Alejandra, we have 4.5 FTE. Then part of the professional services increases is for strategic financial advice, having CBS accounting in there, and the audit will all come out of those. Human resources, current issues, so just continuing to improve efficiency in the delivery of all, improving HR so that everybody else can improve their jobs and do their jobs better. Creating a better culture as we continue to create a better culture, continuous improvement, providing recommendations to the board on professional development, and then ensuring that the Lake County team understands that they're part of a countywide organization and eliminating silos. So 23 objectives, which Ally and Bailey have already started on and hopefully can be wrapped up by Q1. So just having everybody has position descriptions and everybody has a salary band and a clear path on how they can progress within our organization or have at least the most transparent understanding possible of their ability to advance a Lake County government. So documenting those things for the board and for myself, and then implementing the performance review system and evaluating its impact. So you guys have approved that. Staff are starting to begin the performance review process and goal setting. So we'll see mid-year how things are going and if we need to make any tweaks for that. Longer term, taking the
Sorry, I'm just gonna check the Zoom. Oh, I didn't mean to do that.
This is being recorded, yes, Tim?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Very informative.
Yeah, you too.
Not from the beginning.
Right.
How well do you know that presentation?
Yeah. Should have rehearsed more. Longer term, taking that, staffing, part of the financial policies that you just adopted, but taking that staffing, so we actually have like a formalized way to like, make like decisions or have a tool to like make decisions on FTE requests. There we go. She wants to focus on increasing the number of qualified applicants for every position by 50%, which is sweet. Reduce the time to fill the vacant positions. And then working on the professional development strategy and program, including how it is funded, but then also like the evaluation, ensuring that people, that's the one condition I've had with CLT is like, I'm fine if, your staff member wants to take Spanish classes at CMC and we pay for a portion of that because it benefits the entire organization. I'm not paying for you to get to go to a training that's required of your job. If that made sense. Out of the Learning and Development Fund. They need to account for those in their training and travel budgets.
So, yeah, and so when we have that learning and development fund that's held in HR for things sort of above and beyond sort of core
Yes.
conferences, but this will be like just a further development of that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. There we go. You'll see that the human services budget has increased, and that is mainly due to the trainings and the professional services in there. So that might,
Personnel, we're walking.
yeah.
I'll have to go to the roll-ups and see.
Okay, because I think in this one as well, it was.
Does that include the merit pool?
Yeah, there's a merit pool of 200K in the personnel budget for next year. And then
For merit.
learning and development and training.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
Alright.
And just to the travel or the personnel and training and learning and training is in the HR so that it is a conversation and that it meets, as you've been saying. I just wanna
But
connect that
one
again.
department might go to 80 events a year and another department might never go.
Right. Of course, right. It's not only what you are proposing or doing but taking the initiative and making sure that across all departments, everybody is advocating for that and offering and encouraging their folks to take advantage of it. So this is a much better way to monitor that.
And Ally, did we put the DEI training in your budget or in mine?
We took it out of HR.
Okay, all right. So the year-long, the DEI training is also reflected in here. And as you know, we have 2 FTE, excellent FTE in there. We have Ally and Bailey. All right, so IT, we have, they're either outdated or we do not have IT user policies, cybersecurity policies, or data retention policies. So Greg has worked closely with Chris on developing a lot of those. We have the outdated landline system at the courthouse. We fixed that one, the BOCC conference room technology. Getting better, and he ordered a microphone for the owl, so for people who talk quietly. And then, no standard training for new staff on technologies that we have for current and new staff. So Greg's worked on writing the new IT policies for BOCC review and approval, which basically were adapted from the DHS policies. So you have not seen them yet, but they're in essence, they're kind of done. And then ensuring, cybersecurity from each end user. Greg's proposing in 25 to replace the existing landlines with a VoIP system and the courthouse. having like a training, working with Ally, having a training set up so new hires know how to use technology and be efficient with it. And then just trainings for staff.
For all staff.
Yes, yep. So as you will see, so in 2023, there will be, we'll have 2 FTE in there. So you'll see the increase in the personnel costs. The professional services includes the cost of the hardware and initial software for folks.
Where are we at with our third party vendor?
PRN?
Yes.
Great, the relationship is great. People were never really using PRN for what it was used for. They were using the former IT director kind of as desk side support, where really it's PRN that is the desk side support. So now that people have actually used them for what they're meant for, complaints have gone way down. Yeah. And
Does
this-
that scope change or no? Really, we just never utilized
utilized it fully.
Okay.
And Greg is happy with it.
Yeah, he likes them just fine.
Okay.
So you have any questions on the IT budget?
No.
Okay.
How, sorry, yeah, one, how urgently are we looking for a second staff person in there? Is that pretty imminent depending on some priorities that Greg has, or?
Yeah, an offer's been made, Ally?
Yes, an offer has been made, not accepted yet.
Okay.
When, just sort of along the line of trying to get these support departments to properly allocate costs, I mean, I know Greg has done like a lot of work on the Justice Center.
Yeah.
You know, different elements, I mean, does he charge out to that?
No, he has not been.
Yeah.
Something we could explore.
Well, I mean, I was also just thinking, I mean, I think the IT budget doesn't include like the cable for the Justice Center.
Oh, no,
or,
no,
like,
yeah,
any
no.
sort of big things that you might sort of consult on, they go in to the actual department or project that's
Yeah, into that, yeah.
doing the thing.
Yeah. CSU, I think it's been a long time since we've had a CSU extension officer. So reestablishing a presence within the community, building trust with stakeholders. Continuing to educate, community members on what CSU extension is. And he wants to create a community advisory council, which the 2023 objective. Again, education to the public, and then in 25, ensuring that there's a pool of volunteers to support it, and then having a sustainable family leadership and training institute with identified funding. This should reflect revenues because CSU pays.
That's just our portion, but from what Matt explained to me is those revenues, CSU sees those revenues for his portion of, we won't recognize.
Oh, we
those.
never see that?
I don't think
So
we
it-
see, from what I understand, because I
Okay,
reached out to Matt on that.
okay. So CSU pays for 75% of his salary, I believe.
A month, yes, that's what I said, that month.
Mark, yeah,
CSU extension.
yeah.
So does he get a CSU paycheck, not a county paycheck?
Correct, yeah,
Okay.
yeah, so CSU recognizes the revenue, and this is just Lake County's portion of all of the total
So
expenditures.
we pay to CSU.
No, we pay
Oh.
them. We pay them either through P card,
Okay.
or whatever purchases that are made, we pay for those.
Right,
Go ahead.
just wondering why the supplies are so high without a project in place yet.
That's big, it's a very long list of supplies that he requested.
Okay. Including a computer or something?
No, the CSU paid for that. There was, office supplies and furniture. We have the office at CMC for free, but it came with a desk and that's about it. What other?
I think cell phone, a portion of cell phone rolls up into that. I'm trying to see his like line by line.
Yeah.
I cannot see it.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
cell phone.
So a lot of this might be
Office supplies.
upfront, one-time
Yeah.
costs
Yeah.
that aren't necessarily gonna roll over.
It's not in the 24 and 25 budget, so it's not wrong.
Yeah.
Eventually they'll figure that out.
Which I think, yeah, and we just need to work more with Mark on like what programming looks like and like where you want CSU extension to benefit the community.
Just on that, before I forget, in the midst of time, I had a conversation at CCI with Kurt. He said that like what we're doing with departments would work and be totally appropriate. So sort of like some work session during the year, like a mid-year budget,
Mhm.
and sort of for the budget. So trying to meet at least 2 times a year with us.
For Mark?
Yeah,
Okay,
with Mark.
I would also add there is another regional support person for Mark from CSU
Yeah.
that I think is in addition to Kurt. I don't know that it is Kurt,
Take a
but it would be
break.
great to meet with that person so that we can talk about the gaps of like, each CSU extension person has their own focuses or strengths or backgrounds. And there's a plethora of other resources that should be available through CSU, and I think we just have to continue to
Yeah.
learn what that is and how to take advantage of all.
And leverage it,
Yeah, I think each region has 4, like, isn't there a staff person in each of their 4 service areas?
Yeah,
Like, I think there's like an ag, or I'm gonna mangle the 4 categories, but. I think
yeah,
it's-
but Kurt
yeah.
talked about that
Mhm.
at CCI.
But yeah, that's a great point, that it's not just Mark. And also maybe with the new Chafee extension person who is, I think, providing the 4-H support
Mhm.
for like,
I forgot about that happening. Okay.
like 4-H is not supposed to be primarily on Mark's plate. So to the extent we have 4-H priorities, we want to communicate Mark's not the person.
Right. Taking a break for a moment.
Yeah, we'll
Taking a
take
break.
5.
When the guy
Let's-
running the,
Let's,
You
yeah,
wanna
we'll
mute
take
the-
5 minutes. It's 1:35-ish, I think. We'll be back at 1:40. Whoops.
And then just
right. We're back and we'll continue. There you go.
Thank you. On to public health. Current issues focus on staff retention and recruitment. There's a need for all departments that have these special one-off departments similar to human services, public works, public health, that receive outside funding or other intergovernmental transfers from the federal or state government. But we need to focus on them being fully integrated into Tyler and using that. Colleen has requested dedicated county funding to public health, and asking for your support to create or advocate for reliable funding streams, local, state, and federal for public health, as evidenced by the pandemic that has an impact on how the community is run. 23 objectives. Working on retention strategies with HR and county managers, wanting that request fulfilled of local public health funding, and then looking at identifying alternative revenue strategies, at the state level or other levels. Longer term, we'll focus on improving cost recovery, and then being integrated with the county's financial system, and then having long-term consistent funding being identified and implemented. So this is just public health broken out. So you'll see in 23, this is public health and environmental health, right? Just this category. So in 2023, they'll have 9 FTEs with the changes we've made in personnel costs. That's where you see the reduction there. Professional services, a lot of those are some of those are grant funds or grant contracts. Supplies have increased.
So environmental health, that hasn't all moved, just
TOTS and OWTS.
okay.
The professional services line, why it's increased 100,000. Supplies.
It could be those new grants. Come
Oh,
online.
yes, okay, all right. Okay, then they go back down.
Were they able to cut their budget by 5%?
I didn't verify, but
There was a reduction submitted.
the numbers that I got, they said didn't match, but that they were working on it, so.
Doesn't look like it.
I would like to see public health more involved in education about public health in our community. Not so much like a clinic for COVID shots or whatever, but maybe a clinic about, I don't know, food licensing for businesses in town, or I don't know, something.
Mm-hmm.
But more outreach, not just like make an appointment and come get your flu shot. More outreach into the community to build and develop relationships that may have been damaged through the pandemic.
Right, okay. And then Crystal and I will follow up on this, but on the 5% reductions.
Well, and some of the changes that she had sent yesterday, some of those line items were reduced, but with the new grants, it might just be offsetting those reductions,
Okay,
but we can look at that.
okay. Blood lead, yes.
Sorry, I was just I agree with that, Commissioner Marcella, and also just, I think in our past conversations and also with that stable local funding source that needs to match like projects, priorities, programming, whatever the conversations that, we've kind of communicated that we'd like to have. Seniors and aging and all those things, so we need to figure out what that better communication is between the board and public health and the expectations.
Agree.
Okay. Blood lead, we just have one person who's doing that. We could increase capabilities there if we had like a part-time employee helping, or just incorporate it into somebody else's job description to help Heidi when she does that. And then long-term, looking at long-term funding, so supplement the county investment in the program. So I think that takes further work on the ASARCO trust and things like that of how it is funded, and then other ways we can ensure that the program is long-term sustainable.
And I believe that Heidi, if Ally's still on, she can speak to it, but I believe Heidi is still split, allocated between blood lead and public health.
Yes, yeah. So I think at certain times of the year, blood lead is a full-time position. Other times it is not. So again, increasing testing and education capabilities, I think ties into the board's previous comment. We have the Learning and Development Fund to meet professional staff development. And then, doing further research on other blood lead programs and see how they're funded and what they do, if there's anything we can borrow from them. Look at other funding streams outside the ASARCO trust, and keeping that focus on community education of the blood lead program and other, the other things they offer other than just testing your kid's blood.
So just on that point, I mean, something in my mind that I don't know if this is trying to capture is, I think as time goes by, more and more people, our residents or are coming into the community, just aren't aware of the history of this being a Superfund site, of the cleanup and remediation that was done on different properties, and don't even know the questions to ask when they're renting or purchasing property. And I don't know, somewhere between public health and CPD, I think we should make it easier for people to learn that than harder.
Okay.
And it's always been hard. If you didn't know exactly what to ask for, it's been hard to understand what testing or remediation or blood lead results have occurred at a given property.
Okay.
I mean, super hard to know that. I mean, I don't know, like just speaking personally, like we did it because my wife worked for CDPHE, so we knew exactly who to call.
Right.
To find the documents for properties. But it's just, but compared to like being able to pull up properties on the assessor's website or CPD website, I think it would be great if we could even aim for making stuff as transparent as those mapping, should be like part of the property card when you pull it up. I don't know if that's possible or legal or whatever, but like that would be an ideal service to people.
Okay.
Yeah, I recall, I don't know if we can require it, but I recall in the first house we bought, it was included because it was a benefit that it had been done already,
Yeah.
I think. It had already been done. So that was just used as a sale feature. And that's the only way I learned about it, but I don't know why.
Jackie might have information on that.
Yeah.
Okay. I will follow up on
I believe there's been a consideration, maybe it was by the city, and I'm gonna mangle this, but I think there was consideration of whether it should be like a city ordinance to require that disclosure, same way like lead paint disclosure shows up in the stack of stuff you get when you buy a house, and that was rejected by the city at that point.
Interesting, okay,
because it's scary.
right, yeah. I will, follow up with Ann and Colleen and Jackie on possibilities for that. Our one FTE, not much of a big. The training, oh yeah, the travel and training was increased. I don't know what this, my services was increased that much, but I will follow up with the increase on this. Senior services, you'll notice a theme coming from Colleen, the recruiting and retaining of qualified staff, long-term planning and funding, and then enhancing, attendance for the meals. We do provide 3 meals a week at the senior center for seniors. The commissioners went a while ago. Maybe you guys going will increase participation.
Or not.
Or not. All right, so the budget for the senior services, improving customer service, financial stability, looking at alternative revenue strategies, elevating that to the state level, then, cost analysis and evaluation of effectiveness on services provided. So that's one thing that the pros department and goal have worked on, is just really doing like an evaluation of the program, and making sure that, it's actually a benefit or doing what we want, or, having the decision or the recommendation to not continue a certain service. Here's the senior services budget proposal. So you'll see a decrease in that. I think that is due to some staffing changes, and then there was it's not really an ink. Revenues aren't that big from the COG, more the intergovernmental transfers to provide the kitchen space and the meals and pay for the meals, but there's some personnel reductions there. Okay, our veteran services budget, long-range plans, we receive an allocation from the state every year on this. I think there's work to be done there, whether it's with the senior center, with CSU extension, with that, so that veterans are served better in this community. I think we have a lot of younger, eager veterans who want to be able to help people or do that. So ensuring that it's not just kind of like an older veterans program, but ensuring that people know about it more and that they can access those services that are provided by the state, and then being able to be connected to other services that can help them with whatever issues they're going through.
Realize every one of those dollars that we receive.
As we send it back.
That one needs,
Okay.
how hard to do that one.
Okay.
Okay. Human services, so current issues, right, it's a safe placement for youth ordered into Lake County's custody. A state judge can order youth into Lake County Human Services custody. If parental or institutional placement is not available nor viable. So we're focusing a lot on our relationships and collaboration with the State Department of Human Services and healthcare policy and financing to find alternative and safer placements. Might be something you guys need to bring up with the state legislature. It's fully inappropriate for that to happen, but it could, and it has happened. Working on our language access policies, and then trying to gauge from the federal government when the end of the public health emergency will be. The end of the PHE is expected in January. So that triggers redetermination of all of our clients who are on the rolls right now. And there's a ARPA ask from that for administrative support to help fund the redetermination process, so that people aren't left in limbo and we don't get dinged on timeliness issues. Objectives for for human services for 23, you know, getting these regular reports to the board on program operations. As we saw at the CCI conference, working with the board more on strategic and innovative use of our TANF funds. We want to implement our language access policy and form an interpreter network here in Lake County that folks can use. We did receive a grant from HICPUF on the impact of vicarious trauma on staff and how to reduce those impacts and, you know, build a better DHS team. Janine has a focus on continuing to meet or exceed the measures sent out by Human Services and HICPUF, which we've always nailed, but we'll continue to do that. We need to ramp up, you know, our engagement with the community and education with the community on what the end of the public health emergency means. Anyway, and continuing to work on emergency housing for families, and then working with the board and the new behavioral health administration on a community mental health needs assessment. Longer term, expand the work of trauma-informed culture to the entire county. You know, focus on retention and development of qualified staff, continuous improvement of communications, and ensuring that all families are housed and behavioral health services are accessible, effective, and provided in the language preferred by the client. So you'll see the human services budget for 2023. We have reduced the mill allocation as long as we meet the MOE with the state. Then we don't necessarily need to fund human services because we put money in there and then it becomes restricted and we can't take it out. You know, if a mill needs to be put in to the human services fund, I recommend doing it in a supplemental or an amendment to the budget in 2023. But you'll see, we're tying out there on that.
With the fund balance, that's when I was going through fund balances, that's where we did not allocate the meal to human services, because they're still expected to have about a 400,000. I did check with Patrick when we were meeting the other day, and their current fund balance was like 600,000. So if we keep more funds within the general fund to figure those out, it makes sense to do that.
And I think the personnel might be missing a comma.
Oh,
The personnel is on the next slide.
Oh,
yeah.
okay.
And it's tricky because of the line items that we have set up in the system. Personnel is expensed through one line item and then taken out on the other, because DHS, their expenditures do not run through finance, with the exception of payroll and the P card. So there's always this offset in there to zero out personnel expenses, and then at year end we take all of their data from SIMA and import that in. So Ali says it's on the next slide, and I didn't even catch that when I was doing the rollouts, but I can tell you what that is.
And so looking at staffing levels, I believe we should be, we're down one, or there's one vacancy, which is the child support technician, I believe, in 2022. So in 23, hopefully we can fill that position, or Janine can find another use for it. And then this is the breakout, right, that you've seen. This has not been updated to reflect the change of not having the mill in there, but so we can expect kind of that at the very bottom, the 245 to be mitigated. And then that 5% county contribution that we're proposing not putting in, or not putting in via the mill, if that makes sense.
So just to go back to the personnel, it is 1,543,308 or 508. It's just an offset, you'll see in the line.
Oh, okay, in the line by
right
line, okay.
right. Yeah,
Alright.
just for your reference.
Okay,
Yeah.
all right. All right, so on to the library. We have a lot of change in our community, so adapting and meeting that change in community growth. A focus on connecting with customers in underserved communities, and that doesn't mean, there's a focus at the library of trying to get to the hard to reach customers. So whether if they're sheltered in adults or things like that, so ensuring that there's more than just web-based information available for the library. So working in 23, the library proposes evaluation of existing programming, development of new programming, which will be informed by those evaluations, increased outreach to underserved populations and staff retention. 2025, there's a proposal for a community survey, and then kind of a strategic plan and physical space evaluation. Those will be at the board's discretion, but I think as we see increased use of the library, especially after COVID, it might be worthwhile to complete those and see what the community wants out of the library, and then understand what they want to pay for.
Well, and we've also talked about other spaces that could be activated or utilized by the library and bringing those programs to or closer vicinity to folks and communities. Maybe there's opportunity there.
Yeah, and also we heard from the high school students about that desire for sort of a high school age, safe space to hang out. And I think the library's been providing a little bit of that, but role in that, thinking about whether that's something the library could or should be providing. Yeah, or as you were saying, like, or are there other spaces that's not a library function? I don't know. I'm not trying to steer the answer. Just.
So looking at the 23 budget, you will see, so she does 23, yeah, so 8.5 FTE on that. So sorry, I know there's a reason why her professional services line increased for 2023, but I cannot remember at the moment. The proposed contract for something.
Like the digitization or.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Archiving.
Yes, it is archiving, the startup fee for archiving software, or it's a piece of archiving equipment. Thank you. Yeah. A lot of the increase is driven, in part by the personnel expenses. Our newly named Parks, Recreation, and Open Space current issues. Obviously, aging facilities and deferred maintenance. You know, trying to meet community expectations is a challenge, given the large number of recreation assets and their deferred maintenance, and then the cost of that deferred maintenance. So the pros team is working on a prioritization of those assets, and we'll have those to the board in Q1, so you can prioritize areas to fund. There are also some supplemental requests that they proposed in this budget. So again, a focus on program development and evaluation, so evaluating what they're doing and seeing what changes they need to do. Review and implement the pros plan and the cost recovery study as appropriate, and then implement the organizational changes, which we've already started doing. You know, again, for short-term 23 objectives, recruiting a new pros director, and implementing that new organizational structure, and then having that list of the facility asset plan. You guys, they've been partnering with maintenance, working on that as well. By 25, you know, systemically addressing deferred maintenance, and then, you know, effectively managing open spaces in summer and winter, and proposal to upgrade Huck Finn ice rink. So their proposed budget, you will see the increases due to those open spaces or the vacancies and the new positions that you've opened up, but then also since we will have Dutch Henry open this season, we have an increased part-time costs in there, budgeted in there as well.
Is that rec director position essentially going away with the pros director? I'm just wondering if you
So if it's
deleted.
Yeah, it's still in there just because it's still in the system, but if you look,
gotcha.
yeah, so
Okay.
it's
But
like just the
it'll-
0 instead of the 1, yeah. But yes, it will be.
Yeah.
Oh, that's the rec replacement fund.
Yeah, it's just.
Oh, where? There you go, read that. So the proposal again from this is to continue to put money into the rec replacement fund. So you, in the past, you know, so we're starting in 22, you put 260,000 in. I think we should at least just stick with the number and always at least have something in there to address issues.
Yeah, and I just went with the 22, which was, I think we estimated was the expenditures that we would have spent on the pool. So that's where we allocated that.
Oh, yeah.
22, I just stuck with that for 22.
And maybe that's like one hopeful outcome of sort of work in 23 on sort of taking the pros plan and cost recovery to the next level is like what is the right number?
Yes, yeah.
On that. And then also maybe like what are some, I mean, like the pool and other things that are so big that they aren't gonna be met by that, they need their own funding stream.
Right, I have estimated fund balance at 823,000.
Yeah.
Originally it was set up as the community field replacement fund, but resolution 16 changed it so that those monies could be used for other direct replacement.
Yeah.
So goal, there's a heavy focus that Vanessa and I focused on is program sustainability past 2025. They have operational, you know, funding from GoCo until 2025. Will be up to the board to determine what to do with the future of goal. Vanessa's been working on several plans on, you know, program areas to reduce that overlap with rec if we do bring it in-house, so areas there to drive efficiencies. And then, you know, and then of course, again, another evaluation of goal programs and benefits to the community and any changes needed. You know, from that evaluation, institutionalizing the programs that have the most impact and benefit to the community, get rid of the other ones, and continue to have program participant demographics represent the greater Lake County community. Vanessa's been an asset in diversifying the people who participate in goal programming. So as you know, Lowell's finances were mismanaged. So Vanessa's done a lot of work on correcting that. So she wants to maintain a quarterly grant reimbursement schedule, kind of develop a grant management system and memorialize those protocols and kind of create a training manual, which could be used for other, county things that work with grants. Integrate and interface with county's financial system, increase engagement with the Latinx community, and formalize goal within the county organization. So working a lot with the BOCC over the next year of doing that. 2025, diversifying revenue streams, formalize the goal programmatic portfolio, and working with pros on the comprehensive and coordinated evaluation system and understanding of the community needs and benefits. Ensuring program participant demographics, like I said, are representative of Lake County demographics, and then conduct a community listening tour to ensure that community needs are being met going forward.
And just so you know, I've worked with Carrie and Vanessa to get 2019, 20, and 21. And I did sign off on the RFR. We finally got everything finalized, so hopefully we'll get dollars from GoCo in the near future, and I believe it was about 1.1, 1.2 million.
Great.
And then the hope is to get on that.
So
Sorry.
go ahead.
No, I just said good to hear. Thank you.
So their 23 budget, Carrie and Vanessa did a lot of work of breaking things out into the categories. I think as we get through 23 more, we will inform the long range plans of that. We do know the costs to operate goal, aka staff and the programming is around that $500,000 mark. So that we've kind of cut or keep it. If you want the personnel to run goal as is the 549 and then that number out. The goal staff is aware, including Vanessa, that this is a grant funded organization and that they might not have a job in 2025. But we'll work through those issues and have more work sessions with goal on how it can integrate into the pros department.
Yeah.
And the 22 projection, just because it's more than double prior years, that's 750,000, I think, for the jail, right? So just if you're curious why. Why that is so much.
The payment to CMC.
Without that.
So Lake County mapping, so that mapping and GIS has moved into community planning and development, but we're being transparent and showing that in this budget process. So there's a lot of work, in mapping that needs to be done. So you can see those priority areas for Bryce. So again, working on digital organization and cataloging of existing and legacy county GIS data, improving that data collection, produce updated official county mapping products, including roadmap and zoning map, which will tie into our economic development work and increase continuity and community outreach through integration with community planning and development. Farther out, training of CPD staff in GIS so that staff there can use it to benefit their job as well and how they know it. Working on improving workflows and resolving the problem areas of the county GIS data, which there are many on the previous slide. Working on fully fixing those. So this is just like a reflection of the 22 budget, and then we'll show And community planning and development's budget, you will notice there's a large increase of about $200,000 because mapping has been integrated in there. So community planning and development, focus areas for Ann, so building permit revenues. You know, we're just missing out on revenues, but we just need to, and then, you know, to some of the commissioners' points on second homes, like CPD is the perfect place to like at least track that initial data and then working closely with the assessor's office on that as well. You know, working with the housing authority to drive forward housing goals. We approved this year the 2018 I codes, so we need to fully implement that and enforce it. You know, Lake County, you know, continues to grow, so speculative things that have come before myself and Ann this year have been 700 housing units. So just planning for that and ensuring that the county is prepared for that to the best of our abilities and ensuring we get revenues out of those. And then I think more engagement with the board and community planning and development on strategic planning. So really pulling out from the board, you know, that future land reuse, preservation, and resource management as we've adapted the CPD department to focus on some of those things, but then also economic development as an in-house work product. So we're continuing the department reorganization in CPD. We have moved mapping and GIS in there. We will move title of transfer and on-site wastewater treatment into the department as well. You know, there are big projects down there, whether it's OHV regulations, the HTR moratorium, obviously housing, water impacts. So those big areas. And then hoping longer term that we can recruit, you know, building plan reviewer and building inspectors. So those are internal and we can stop passing through so much money to contractors. Comp plan update if the board so chooses. We will be statutorily required to do a building code update, so just preparing you now. But that is coming, and then being more fully staffed. All right, in the 23 budget for CPD, you will see, you know, the increase in the personnel costs coming from that. You'll also see a large professional services increase. So the increase is there. I know it is a discussion point for the commissioners on if the flyover in 2023 should happen. I'm happy to have that discussion now, or if you would like to budget for it and not go forward with it, or it's obviously up to you guys. Like 88,000, 80,000. Yeah.
I mean, just reflecting on the discussion we had in the work session earlier, and Sarah, you raised a good point. I mean, I'd be inclined to include it in there for now, but with a request to the department to just take a hard look at whether there is, you know, use of drones or some other cheaper way to get the same imagery. And we can take that savings, but let's not force them to come back with a supplemental.
Yeah, and since I don't think any of them are here, I don't know that we can have a different conversation than we did earlier, asking those questions.
Okay.
Okay. Tourism. So, you know, current issues, we have obviously seen an increase in visitation. So we've also seen a large increase in lodging tax revenue. So this has allowed the tourism panel and Adam, the tourism director, to market the community and create interest from outside investment, which will help with economic development. And it has also helped with the commissioner's desire to manage tourism more actively with a focus on sustainability. I think we did a lot of good things last year in terms of communications, but I think we can We can evaluate those and expand on it. And natural resource management and, you know, transformation of our economy. We are still mine-based, and we are a tourism-based economy, but we don't see as much revenues as we probably could from that. For Adam's 23 objectives, increasing on strategic communication, building a brand of community and sustainable tourism. If you would like to create a Friends of Leadville and Twin Lakes rec group to create capacity for enforcement or stewardship mitigation of the impacts of outdoor recreation, which are, you know, conversations we've had of like varying overlap areas where this group or volunteers can help, you know, educate our visitors on what to do with their poo, things like that.
Well, and specifically that, which learned at the kind of workshop that he held, a Friends of group is specifically utilized in other communities to advocate and offer policy or attention to the Forest Service. And since we have so much Forest Service and have always struggled with our district getting the resources it needs, this group has been used in like Friends of Dillon district, Ranger district, or in Gunnison to really get that attention and advocate for that, as well as I think doing some work on the ground and providing that volunteer capacity to do any kind of projects or programs. It's been proven to be effective, and that's what we're going for.
Yeah. And then, you know, longer term objectives, kind of more like formalizing coordination of tourism and community development, and then economic vitality, ensuring it works.
I would like to ask, and not necessarily to go into that here, and Adam was here earlier, but had to leave. It'd be great to schedule some time with him too on, you know, that shift with having him on board and being able to reinvest in the community for impacts, for direct needs of our businesses, or protecting or directing or offering other infrastructure to mitigate or improve the experience of our locals and our visitors. I think there might be opportunity in the granting program that they developed as a panel to offer a section of those lodging dollars for specific categories or priorities. But I wonder, there was also criticism in there, which I don't think, based on the last tourism panel meeting, like I think it's worth us having a conversation with Adam or the panel to even like to just dive into that from our perspective and say, look, do we want to open this up to just anybody hitting these like categories and priorities loosely, or do we really want to hone in similar to how we're maybe looking at the CTF funds in a different way and say, actually, we'd love for you to focus in on marketing or some program that more businesses could really take advantage of and set them up for success. And like, let's learn from that experience and operating a program like that and build that kind of more targeted investment. But if that makes sense, does that make some sense? Instead of like $500 here and $2,000 there, I think we have some awesome competencies in the panel itself and in Adam to offer some like long changes and opportunities for long-term impacts to local businesses.
Agree.
Okay. That vague enough for you, Jeff?
Yeah. Hard to disagree with that. Yeah, no, my brain was also just going to all the linkages that I think we're still building and trying to figure out between like this and the broader economic development discussion. I mean, because it's not, tourism isn't the only economic activity in the county 20 years from now. And yeah, so like, right. sort of rec management that's gonna blend over into the new, pros position on outdoor, whatever the title was.
And transportation.
Yeah.
Potentially, and safety
Yeah.
planning and.
Yep.
Right, public safety.
Okay, so Adam will be busy.
What?
Adam will be busy.
The magic, he'll do it all.
So the revenues, for this department come from taxes from the lodging tax revenues. Then we have some intergovernmental transfers. A lot of this is the professional services, which Adam, has been an increase in them, but I think we'll see a decrease after 2023. There are some key projects and things that he just wants to get done that he can do via contracts. So you will see an increase in that budget. The services,
Do we have the lodging, like feasibility study in here yet?
oh,
Or is it
yes,
just-
thank you.
Okay,
All right, that's what it was the lodging feasibility study or anticipated is in there.
in that services?
No, in
Or
professional
professional
services, so that's why you see the increase there. For the services, I'm trying to remember if there's something that he has to do every other year, or not, or why the services is so high. But that might be the visitor center, because it wouldn't go down that much. I will.
It might be that like grant programming. Maybe, yeah.
You got 88,000 up above in intergovernmental,
Oh,
and then
Yeah. But I will follow up with Adam on that and ensure if any correction needs to be made or get the answer of why it is that high.
okay.
So just one comment, I don't think it affects the budget at all for this year, but just while it's in my brain, I feel like I don't fully understand the sort of role of the tourism panel versus like our role in kind of directing Adam or being worked on, so I welcome being educated on that.
That and and I think we can do that, and that'll be part of the AIP that we're working on.
Okay.
That will have those explainers there.
Yeah.
And then we can take a deeper dive on that one and any other
Yeah.
boards that you would like to.
There's 48,000 in community engagement. Some more outreach things.
Maybe.
Maybe it's offset by some revenues.
Right.
I'm looking at the estimated.
Make some tea, please.
Okay, so he's got 30,000 in photography and videography. Right, and community engagement and outreach.
I guess that explains the increase, because there was he is going to increase print marketing and publications. We did discuss that, and I think for the photography budget was to create like a stock portfolio of images that Lake County government can use or the tourism panel can use. But I think I will still follow up for further clarification for you on that. Road and bridge, focus on growing, recruiting, training, and retaining a local workforce, and then meeting the pavement management plan objectives. That came out, so we have a paving management plan that identified 45 million in asphalt assets and 24 million in need of repair. So figuring out new and innovative ways to increase revenue to complete these paving projects, include asphalt recycling. You know, we have the equipment to do that and do all that, but we have, you know, staffing and capacity constraints that way. For 23, prioritizing pavement management, and then identifying funding or recommendations for unfunded improvements that are required. You know, longer term, identifying, recommending cost savings or revenue generation opportunities by eliminating outsourcing. I think there's you know, we have opportunities at Road and Bridge to stop contracting things out. And then using county assets to provide offsets to the general fund. So just for Road and Bridge, right, you can see that our, you know, the revenues that Road and Bridge receives are from, you know, various things, highway user trust fund, PILT, we do have some licensing and permits that we can get, and then other revenue areas.
I think of note here for the personnel is that I found that in 2022, Mabel's position was budgeted entirely out of this budget when some of it should have come out of OEM. So that's why you can see there's a little bit of a difference, even though it just looks like one change in FTE.
Okay, thank you, Ally. Any questions?
No, just to remind, at one point we had looked a little bit into what it might mean to lease out the gravel pit that we don't use, and I think that that's a missed opportunity that we should try to revisit sooner than later.
Okay, yeah.
Agree.
Yep. Okay, so maintenance current issues, obviously we have aging facilities. Looking at the aging facilities and deferred maintenance, so Jesus has been working with Chris on the deferred maintenance and asset management plan. You know, we are impacted by supply chain and inflation factors, so whether it's the vandalism over the summer, urinals take a long time to get to Lake County to fix those, so that's why some facilities remained closed, and then obviously it has an impact on their budget. As a focus on staffing, you know, this is you know, kind of similar to Road and Bridge. We have a lot of long-time employees who will be, you know, planning on leaving within the next 3 to 5 years. So ensuring that we have succession planning and training there, and that part of the recruitment and onboarding is part of that succession planning, so you don't, you know, lose the one person in the county who knows how to kickstart the boiler in the courthouse. Yeah, anyway, vandalism. We have, you know, the cost of vandalism in terms of supply and staff time. You know, it impacts what the maintenance team is doing or what they should be doing. It also is a morale impact for them to go back time and time again to the same sites to fix something, remove graffiti, do all of that. So I think working with more stable law enforcement in the county, we can do that. We have prosecuted people from this summer who have vandalized Lake County things. So hopefully lessons will be learned or shared amongst high schoolers and others. It's not just high schoolers. So again, our asset management plan, working on that, and then you know, really taking strategic direction from the board on what to maintain, improve, or eliminate, and focusing there from the asset management plan. By 25, having the plan to maintain the highest priority assets as identified by the board, and then, you know, having a model that can accurately identify the long-term cost of assets, including operations, because we forget about that one a lot, before those things are either approved for construction or bought. 23 budget, you will see a reduction, and that reduction comes in the form, let's see, professional services. What was it? Also in the services line, I think as we've staffed up, we've been able to decrease some of those, but we're looking at around 9 FTEs in the maintenance department.
And I think we took the professional services down because it hasn't been used.
Right.
And then I did roll, the
The
noxious weed, the
yeah.
noxious weed that was under, I think it was under Commissioner Other, is rolled in, and that's what you see in professional services for 22. Okay.
Because they're the ones who do it, or work with Chaffey County on doing it. Landfill, our current issues, revolve around staffing issues. We only have 3 FTE, which have to abide by all state regulations, which makes operating the landfill a challenge, and did lead to a shift in the landfill's operating hours to be able to still meet the public's needs. We continue to battle with unfunded state mandates, hence BOCC, on groundwater and air monitoring in other areas, and then the recycling program, which is part of the contract, will be part of the contract with Cloud City Conservation Center going forward on re-educating the public on what can be recycled and what needs to be thrown away in Lake County. It's a bummer. People do go to the drop sites and put whatever in the bins. That contaminates the whole thing. I'm not asking staff to dig garbage out of cans, so it goes into the landfill, which we would like to avoid, because landfill also costs money. So we need to implement a methane monitoring system in the landfill buildings. The air burner should be delivered, so we want that fully operationalized for the community to use. So we have worked on Cloud City Conservation Center to assist with the recycling program and other waste diversion things, like beginning to think about composting at the landfill, and what that would look like for large scale and community and commercial composting at the landfill.
And that's one of those potential unfunded mandates. That
Yes.
might be coming in.
Yes. Not potential, it is coming. So there's the budget. The landfill is an area that does receive revenues from charges for services. In large part, we're driven by personnel and professional services. Ideally, we would be at 5 FTE, but currently we're at 3. And then the landfill closure fund, putting away the $70K that you have historically put into that landfill closure fund to deal with whatever happens when the landfill closes. Airport current issues, so growth and expansion. You have a great airport advisory board that has done a lot of work and really wants to see the airport succeed. Growth and expansion are hampered by the need for infrastructure out at the airport, which includes sewer, natural gas, and commercial 3-phase power. The estimate to bring that infrastructure to the airport is $2.6 million. We have people knocking down Chris and Mai's doors to sign ground leases to build hangars, and they want to build them in 2023. It's a challenge to tell someone to put in a $30,000 septic system, and then in a couple of years they need to pay a $30,000 tap fee to connect to sewer. So we're in a bit of a conundrum there. But we are, I think, as our surrounding communities, as we heard from the Pitkin County Commissioners earlier this week, they're going under a $550 million airport renovation project.
A minor one?
Yeah, just a small one for them. But I think our airport is a tremendous asset to these surrounding wealthy communities, and as the Eagle County Airport, they're going to expand into international flights from Eagle County. So I think there's a way that our airport can be utilized, whether it's for storage, receiving rents that way, overnights with whatever, their crews stay here instead of in communities they can't afford.
Yeah.
Or, working closely with the resorts in Summit, because Summit doesn't have an airport. But, anyway, but
Yeah.
lots of opportunities.
And is that, is that being actively, like, is airport management and the board, like, following those surrounding counties?
Yeah.
Planning and.
Yeah, so following that and then seeing where our puzzle piece can fit in, it was part of that.
Yeah, because optimistically, we could even, if there's some things that they're having a hard time affording or finding space for, that we could actually partner with, not just sort of look for opportunities as a competitor.
Right, yeah.
Maybe that's wildly optimistic.
So 23, Josh wants to finalize plans and funding opportunities to connect to these utilities so we can have the airport connected to those. And then working with the folks who want to build hangars at the airport, and then dust off our plans at the airport business park. 2025, I think just like organically we're going to see new opportunities, but I think with the ideas with partnerships and marketing the airport in other ways, that there's, we need to be able to manage those. And then creating de-icing capabilities so that the airport can be used more fully in the winter. And then we're exploring the feasibility of car rentals. At one point, we did have car rentals here. Obviously, we don't anymore, but could be something that's part of our fleet program. And we could make money off of it.
Was the airport in the transit study, like as a,
Very minimal.
Is it within the deviated fixed route?
Yeah, it can be.
Okay.
Because the route goes all the way down the lake.
Yeah.
So you can deviate.
The airport is another one that, this is a huge offset to the general fund. The airport is fully funded by charges for services and does not receive any taxpayer dollars. I think there's a way to increase revenues at the airport. We'll get there, but it is run by 3.5 folks who do a great job.
Where is that, any planning or infrastructure dollars? Is that in this budget? Or would that be in our economic development budget?
I think that would be in, it could be potentially out of the airport fund, but I think for that, the big cost that Josh has shared with us of the $2.6 million is, obviously it will take a very long time for the airport fund to get there. But then when Josh, was looking at other opportunities, whether it's federal, state, or even county funding.
Yeah.
So it is not reflected in there.
Okay, because that's one thing I want to talk about before we make a decision, is like allocating a significant chunk to the airport business infrastructure development and housing from some of the things we just heard on the 1304 DOLA, the housing dollars this morning, and looking at, I'm thinking like 300 to 600,000 between the two that I could argue we can't afford to not do this year or soon, so that we can kind of plan on that rate of return in the future. And if we need to find a place for that, I know you might disagree, Commissioner Marcella,
For
but
what?
just for taking like $200,000-$300,000 to put towards each housing and the airport business park. Like I would, if we can't figure that out, where to do that or to allocate even more, I still really believe strongly that mine closure funding allocation, like the investment of that today for a projected and anticipated return, you know, threefold, tenfold in those future years, like, is critical for us to do.
I
sooner
don't
than later.
necessarily disagree. I just don't know if the language in the resolution in the ballot allows for that, because it's specific to county services.
Well, and I guess, let me clarify too, I think I didn't speak quite clearly, like, if what we have allocated preliminarily in to go towards the mine closure fund right now, I would suggest or be happy to reallocate that to these projects for the 2023 budget, not necessarily taking out of the mine closure fund, but not contributing into the mine closure fund, but contributing to that philosophy of investing in something that's going to help sustain. And I think that's what I meant to say.
And I mean, for me, I agree with what you're trying to prioritize, you know, like some of the economic development priorities so that we're ready 10 years from now for mine closure. I think I just want to make sure that we sort of have a broader discussion about like what's our philosophy and sort of funding intent for the mine closure fund, you know, so that we don't get in the habit of shortchanging that versus what's our philosophy and funding for, you know, current EDC priorities or economic development.
Yeah.
Or not EDC.
Right, economic development, yeah.
You know,
And yeah, I would,
because I think those are like two super complementary, important things.
yeah,
Right.
And we don't want to shortchange one for the other.
Yep. Yep.
So, and again, for me, I see the mine closure fund as sort of like it's money that future BOCCs will have available to sort of cover whatever cliff is fallen off of in 20 years. Sort of like to sort of cover immediate kind of operating expense shortfalls, so that there's some number of months or years of stopgap funding in a pot, and then we should be doing everything we can over the next 20 years to have the cliff be as small as possible.
right, yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, this morning, I just too feel like, yes, we don't want to not be investing in that, but it almost feels like to not dedicate that much will, like, that number is only going to increase tenfold no matter what we put in today. And if we don't invest it today in the direct projects, that expense will also increase.
Yeah, for
And
sure.
like, we'll never catch
Yeah.
up if we don't, like, maybe pause and put significant dollar, because I don't think, I mean, similar to the underfunded fund and like the comment from DOLA at one point on the Justice Center of like asking for money to purchase the land, like, well, how serious are you? And the trend that I think we see from DOLA in, you want to do this grant or you want to apply for this grant, you have to do these number of things to prove that you've changed your policies, you've created a plan and are committed to and understand what it takes to actually implement the project that you're asking for state dollars for. And I think that, I mean, this morning, I was sitting in Jackie's office getting an update and learned that DOLA for the $1,304 for the 138 million, they got, I think, 55 applications for a total of 505 million. And they think that's gonna be gone in March. Like, we were counting on being able to apply for millions of dollars potentially, as it's a rolling grant. And maybe 80% of them, like, they are rejecting, because there's such a demand, and I appreciate them getting wise to rejecting and really reviewing applications for completeness. And they have a checklist that's like, you have to have a phase one, you have to have this purchase, you have to have the zoning, you have to have the long-term financial commitment. So that doesn't only include ones that have been accepted for completeness. So there's still a chance that maybe there'll be some dollars left over, but it just goes back to that demand. Like, we can't think that, I don't think we can think that we're gonna get millions of dollars to put in infrastructure without a significant either earmark to match that of like $300,000 to $500,000, if it's a 2.6 million, or doing the entire portion of one of those things, either sewer or gas. So I think, I mean, yeah, and then you add that to trying to finance the Justice Center, but I do, like, I could feel really good about earmarking even $1 million of our general fund to invest in housing projects that we're doing and the airport business park, because I believe so strongly that that's going to really like grease the wheels for positive results for the community and increase our property tax revenue generation, as far as commercial, you know, diversifying our that base. That was my soapbox.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, to add to that soapbox, especially on the economic development side, just, you know, having been focusing a little bit more with the bumps in the road on the EDC recently, you know, hearing some, you know, some like benchmarks from other jurisdictions are that they spend like 4% of their total budget on economic development, which is significantly more than we've been contributing to the EDC or considering sort of bringing in-house. You know, so I think to your point, like, we need to.
Like Summit County, you mean?
Just as a general benchmark in the economic development world, that the governmental jurisdictions.
I don't know, I mean.
I'm not saying that's like a rule, just like that number has come up in a couple of different discussions.
I'd like to see some sources. on
Yeah,
some
sure.
of
Yeah.
You know, I
mean,
think it's different though, to give 4% of your budget to economic development when economic development is moving.
Well, I think that I
Yeah.
am, in response to that, I can appreciate that we're not investing enough or moving the needle, but I think also because
We don't
we
have the
haven't had that,
expertise.
we haven't had that
for sure.
structure to
No,
do
no.
that.
Yeah.
But also, maybe, I think I'm hearing from your point, like a lot of like our community planning and development department, like I think we're doing a lot of that.
Yeah.
We could argue is like community development and economic development, or things to pave the way for some of those things to happen, but. Thanks, Chris.
No, that wasn't like an immediate proposal to like create a new $1 million department. Next year, no. But yeah, I mean, we need to have a plan and.
Yeah, we just need to have some capacity
Yeah,
somewhere and expertise.
yeah.
Housing.
Here we go.
Right, it's obviously an issue. So the county has committed to funding.
The Regional Housing Authority.
Yeah, I
Currently?
can't remember how much, 100,000, 100,000 for the next 2 years, or 100,000 each for the next 2 years. I can't remember. I have to look back at, oh, maybe it's in the budget.
I put 200 in.
That's for the grant match for DOLA.
And then I think we put 100 in
For,
a general match, so it might be 100 over the next. I can't remember either, I'm sorry.
yeah.
I'm not sure that's reflected.
Okay,
I moved the 200.
okay. Actually,
That in the, where does that live now in the budget?
What is that, housing?
Yeah,
yeah, I'm, so hold on, let me just.
okay.
Fund 1158, it's gonna be towards the back. Are you looking for housing or are you looking for ARPA?
Housing,
Housing is in the general fund. And I think it's department 024.
this one's though.
Right here.
Okay, hold on.
For, cause didn't we wanna put 300,000?
I thought,
Hold on.
At one point, I had 200,000. In
think we
housing
wanted
to
to-
the housing authority, but I moved that out of. Spent.
that was
But
for
if there's
the
another
grant,
100,000, then I,
okay. Yeah, I think there should at least be another 100,000, I believe, but. No, I'm missing it.
Can you find
It's
it?
not-
Nope.
It's like,
Okay, okay, so the county grant match was 300.
wait,
They're not numbered, are they?
yeah,
the pages
it's,
aren't,
it's,
I couldn't
but
figure out how to
it's-
add pages to the shared
Thank you.
office document. And the printer doesn't add page numbers.
Wasn't this happening?
Well, yeah, I mean, just to, yeah, I mean, I think we, as the housing authority, the representatives should be talking to water and sewer sooner than later, because right now that infrastructure grant that we have does not include tap fees, and we've been told by Parkville at least that they will, are happy to have a conversation, do a reduction for affordable housing. I don't know what that reduction looks like, but if we are talking about, I don't know about a full waiver or including that in some lien against the property or just a upfront cost reduction. And whether that's 50% or just like a couple $1,000 on a $9,000 or $11,000 tap, like that really matters. So we need to know what that is. But if we, I think I like if say it's $9,000, which I think is a like not a like a generous estimate for 75 units, that's like over $1 million.
Alright, so the county grant match is $200,000, which is coming from ARPA. The county housing programming funds is $100,000 for 23 and for 24.
So is that a professional services? Are we,
I guess
we're
it's
paying
not-
somebody?
We're paying the regional
Same,
housing
low.
authority, we're making contributions to the regional housing authority.
Okay, so then I need to put that,
100?
Yes, 100 for next year and for 24.
so where do we wanna put that? In housing as professional services?
Yeah.
The money going out,
Yes. Okay. And then adjusting that ARPA funding to the 200,000.
I put 200 in all that.
Oh, perfect,
Yeah.
okay, all right. So that. OEM, so obviously the position was vacant for 11 months. So the new OEM director is working on updating plans, policies, procedures, and operations. And then working with other department directors on their responsibilities to train, train on their response procedures. Focus on community education and outreach, so wanting to work with tourists and backcountry users in case of emergencies, and then connecting with residents of the county through education and comp planning and training opportunities to improve and empower them to actively play a role preparing, mitigating, and responding to events. So we are also down so in 23, we want to hire and train an emergency management specialist and the PIO, which will be in my office. So continue educating Lake County government staff on emergency service function, roles, and responsibilities. Want to host an exercise and then get Everbridge emergency alert signups, increase that by 3%. 2025, update the hazard mitigation plan and emergency operations plan. Create a yearly training schedule, and then analyze the results of an annual full-scale exercise and host regular community programs to increase community resiliency and preparedness.
Can we include on the 2023 objectives a contingency plan for ambulance service?
Yeah. I was gonna add that too.
And I thought, what is the time frame for the hazard mitigation plan revision? Is that not in 2023?
No, it starts, but then it's implemented in 2025. So the updates to the hazard mitigation plan and the emergency operation plan, they start next year, so you'll see in her.
Now she's going to hire a deputy
Well,
or a specialist.
the specialist.
Okay.
But her professional services line should reflect.
The HMP revision?
Yes. It's not in there.
Is it in that other? I don't know what's in other that's rolling up.
No, it's like 50K.
But it should still be in the revenue, shouldn't it?
Yeah, which might, yeah. It's reflected in 24, because we start the hazard mitigation. I don't know why it's not in there.
Okay.
But we have applied for it, or we've received the invitation to apply for it from the federal government. Okay, here are your robust discussion points. This is the same budget that I presented to you in September. The coroner has obviously other proposed changes, so our average cases per year are 78. On the high end, it's 104, on the low end, it's 52. So any unattended death requires an autopsy. So it's 1,800 is the,
For autopsy?
yeah.
Sounds about right.
15, I think it's 15 per.
Well, I thought it was more.
Well, it depends on the level
Yeah,
of.
it depends on,
Got it.
yeah.
It could be
There's
$4,500
yeah,
plus
there's-
it's like
there's
$300 to
toxic-
$500
yeah.
transport fee.
Yeah.
Yep.
So he had proposed to me. We'll start with the easier one. So the state legislature has authorized BOCCs to turn the coroner's position, or to receive the same salary as a BOCC member, which is $69,210 per year. So there's that decision item before you. The coroner has also proposed having a full-time deputy, $66,000. So you can do both, which I do not recommend, or you can do one or the other. It would be so it's up to you on what you want to do with the other with whatever, with the either of those FTE requests. So then you can see in the professional services line, we have about $50,000. So in 2022 for contract services, which is for the transports or which is for the autopsies, was like 29,000. The coroner has proposed 114,000, which I think he is over projecting or overestimating the cost of the need for those services. He also has a request to increase his operating supplies request to almost 12,000. My recommendation would just be to keep it at 10,000. And then you can, depending on how you feel, you can reduce the training and education down to like 6,000.
My God.
Also keep in mind that the coroner's office has 3 part-time deputies who average $34,343, which is a total of 100, or this year we'll spend 103,120 on their services, which includes the case fees and things like that. So I think the big decision, well, okay, so 2 big decisions for you are if you want the coroner to receive a full-time salary, or if you want to open up a full-time deputy position, or if you want to do one or the other, or want to do both. There's no reason for his contract services. He proposed to me $114,000, whereas 22 budget has like 28,000 in it. So I mean, do a nice round number, or
I don't understand the training budget.
So the training,
Sorry, professional services.
in the roll-ups.
It's just the autopsies and stuff.
Yeah, and then other associated fees with that.
And I didn't put any of those proposed items in here, so
No.
those, they're not even reflected.
No,
So
they're
add
not.
another $100,000 to the 23 budget.
Yeah, so my proposed 23 budget for the coroner's office is $281,000, and that does not include either full-time position. The coroner's 2023 budget proposal is $408,000. Looking at surrounding communities, and their budgets are not in the 400,000s. So I would rather set a professional services amount for him. And if we have mass casualty events or, a high number of need for autopsies, then we can use contingency for it, but I would rather not inflate this budget that much.
Sorry,
Go ahead, Jeff.
well, sorry, I got lost a little bit between what, like the coroner and deputy coroner line items here. So there's coroner, deputy coroner, and then sort of like deputies who would be part-time,
Yes.
so.
So we have,
And
Currently, we have 4 coroner. We have the coroner and 3 deputies.
right, so potentially I forget their name, but there's a deputy who would be proposed to go to a full,
They wouldn't be elevating one deputy to full-time, they would just be, they'd hire out an additional full-time deputy.
In addition to the 3 part-time?
Yes,
That doesn't seem quite right.
but hopefully the part-time folks would be called out less
Right.
if
So I wouldn't-
we approve that full-time deputy coroner position.
something else,
Yeah.
oh, sorry.
Go ahead, Adam. Go
I was
ahead.
gonna say, something else to keep in mind is that Alex has spoken with me about who he would hire for this position. And this person lives in Leadville only Monday through Friday, so weekends would still be calling out only part-time deputies. If this is the person indeed that he is thinking about hiring, but I don't know.
And the proposal is that the full-time deputy still receives the case fee. Oh, no, he changed that. Never mind. Listen.
What's the case fee?
I don't know, this is Summit County's.
300 per case and then a call-out fee of $25. Right,
That's
Ally?
correct. Yeah, that's correct.
The case fee for part-time is 300 plus 25 for $325.
Okay.
And then I guess something that I'd spoken with Tim about is it's difficult to have deputy coroners, one of them being full-time and the other being part-time, having them all be non-exempt, because they work such different hours from a normal 9 to 5 that I would think that we would want the full-time deputy coroner to be elevated to an exempt status, given significantly more duties than the part-time coroners, and then making the current part-time coroners assistants, so that we could have that separation there and for the consideration of the hours that they work.
And that remind me, I'm sorry, I should know this, that case fee is paid on top of then an hourly fee for them when they report to the scene, which is different than, oh, I almost said it.
Yes, they get an hourly fee on top of the call out and on top of the scene fee. The hourly for the deputy coroners is $20, and then Caleb Yoder is the chief deputy coroner, and he's at a $25 hourly rate.
Rumble.
I would recommend one FTE position to the board, and I would also recommend that because we spent $28,000 this year on autopsies.
And that bill was an October bill, so we could potentially expect
A couple more.
a couple more. But even with that, we might not hit the, I don't project that we'll hit that 22 total budget of the 49,000 in professional services.
So those 2020, 21 numbers are probably a bit more,
Those are actual, yeah.
yeah.
Because the Kents still get to send people for autopsies.
Yeah. Okay.
I would go with
Or not.
one full-time.
And we could approve, like, since they're very similar salary numbers, we could approve the salary for that and kind of let him decide, which way he wants to go. Maybe we just have to approve
His proposed FTE is 50,000 and his salary would be 69,000. So there is a little bit of a difference there.
for like 5K or something, right? Or
Yeah.
5 or 10.
But would the FTE, the hired FTE still receive like the call out and stuff, so then it might be closer to the coroner where there's an exemption there and
I think Tim was saying that the scene fee is built in. The only thing that we would need to keep in mind is overtime. If like, say for 1 week, they're working 5 hours, another week they're working a ton. And that's where I think an exempt status might help, but in order to achieve that exempt status, they need to have different duties. So that might just be a larger conversation between Alex and Tim about what the deputies are doing.
Yeah.
Yeah, were there other job descriptions submitted for both the coroner position and the full-time position?
No.
Cause that would be good. Cause there's
Yeah.
more, there could be more to it than just responding to deaths and scenes. And so to kind of justify that.
Yeah.
Would be helpful. I'm also trying to read the bill here and figure out if this has to be done before they are sworn in, or if this can be determined throughout someone's term. Does anybody remember that?
All I remember is it gives the BOCC the authority to fund that position.
And if you're exempt and you're like a full-time employee, I would imagine you're not getting that call out rate,
No.
right? That's
Yeah.
part of it.
That makes sense to me.
I don't think it really specifies.
Yeah, I don't know.
We're what class are we?
4.
4B. Okay, that's excellent. Oh, must be adjusted prior to January 24.
Are we in some time?
2023. And prior to January 1, each 2 years thereafter in accordance with subsection 2.3B of this section. So this change has to occur before January 1 of 2024, and when it does happen, it needs to happen each 2 years, or has to be revisited. And prior to January 1, each 2 years thereafter for this section.
So we have to revisit it every 2 years.
Yeah, it doesn't necessarily live for the term, the length of the elected term.
Oh, so it doesn't get locked in.
That's Alice. Can I ask you?
Would you like mine?
Yeah.
Yes.
Well, I think if you move the coroner up to the elected salary, the full elected salary, there's gotta be some expectation that he is here and readily available at all times. And that if that's the case, then the numbers in my mind would be closer to what Tim has, or somewhere in between the 22 and 23 budget. That's just my.
Yeah, I mean, that makes sense. I mean, like, just looking at like what Caleb pulled up for Summit, I just can't see justifying his total budget number. So I mean, I was leaning towards that. I don't think I said it clearly, is like he can either, he can go to full-time or he can have a full-time deputy, but there's no way he gets, who is in exempt status. You can't have both. There's only 2 full-time.
I don't think the need
People.
of the county
Yeah,
is there
yeah.
with the data that's been presented.
But if he was providing like comprehensive services, like, autopsy and now death certificate, coordinating and all these things. I could see it needing a full-time person. But we answer those questions more than he does.
Yeah, it's, I mean, the expectations of other elected officials for the community.
Did he mention at all a job description? Because this will be unique to our coroner elect. Having a formal job description for an elected official.
I don't know what a coroner does. I haven't looked,
The
sorry.
only job descriptions I've seen on coroner or deputy coroner are from Larimer County,
Okay.
But I think he needs to have some expectations with a full-time salary. And if it's him as the staff person or a deputy, they need to be able to service the public.
As we have discovered, we have little enforcement over that, even if we got it in writing.
Right.
So, I guess I'm in, I mean, you know,
Where you have
I'm
control is
inclined to
the
approve a
budget.
personnel budget that could accommodate either him going full-time or the deputy going full-time in exempt status, and let him choose which path he wants to take.
Okay,
I don't feel like, I mean, I'm happy to, but I don't feel like dictating that choice to him.
yeah, I'm good with that.
And then, and then I'm a little unclear what to do with the non-exempt part-time deputies. I'm sort of hoping that what we pay for them would,
Full-time.
with the full-time, so I don't know what to put in the budgets.
And the call out fees it should all be reduced, right? If we have one.
Yeah, that's the assumption.
We would hope.
Although, I mean, one full-time person is not gonna provide 24/7,
Right,
you know,
but then you have those other layers,
Yeah,
but
yeah.
there's not all of these
yeah.
part-time who are all getting on-call and call-out and, you know.
Yeah, you think 1.5 full-time people,
Yeah, and you all review the payroll, when you see the call-out and the on-call stuff that are free.
Ally, did he only wanted, or, because there's the 3 deputies, did he propose to you the other 2 as well?
2 additional part-time deputies in addition to this other full-time person.
Yeah,
That's the first I'm hearing of it.
okay, all right. So I guess I would recommend, I mean, 1 FTE, and he has the 3 deputies right now. That
He can pull from.
should suffice, yeah.
Okay,
With this FTE, so again, Caleb Yoder is the chief deputy coroner. I'm assuming that this FTE would take that role.
I would, yeah, I guess, or, yeah,
Caleb's duties are mostly all of the admin stuff, communication with me and with you about personnel. So I guess he would just go back down to regular part-time, and this person would take on those roles.
yeah, I guess so.
Since we don't have to decide today, can we put all these questions to him in writing and then he can give us some of the specific answers? I mean, I know we've asked before and kind of haven't really gotten that, right? But if we kind of go back with a concrete.
Yeah, we can do that the BOCC says you need to choose 1 FTE, yourself or a deputy. I think professional services needs to be at 35K. And that his training budget, he proposed bringing it down to $6,000, so that's fine.
Training goes to 6, professional services goes to 35. It's funding to
think he would have the choice.
full-time, or he can make one of the other people full-time.
He gets 1.5, yeah. He gets 1.5 FTE, and the question to him is whether or not that's him as coroner or a hired exempt full-time person,
Okay.
right?
Wait, no, he just gets 1 FTE.
Well, I'm counting him as half, or, sorry, I guess if he decides it's someone else besides him, then he's kind of I mean, technically he's full-time, but he gets
Right.
a part-time salary.
I think the board's offer to him is you would get 1 full-time position. Who is it? Coroner or deputy coroner?
Yeah. That's what I'm trying to say, I think.
And then keep. What is it, 3 other part-time positions?
Because we can't reduce,
Yes.
we don't reduce. The option is to increase the status and increase the pay, and that there's a floor for it, and we have to pay that coroner salary regardless.
Yeah,
Saying,
No,
Like
you
if he-
don't have to fund it at all.
we have to fund his salary
Just him?
Yeah.
at the statutory amount of 28 or 34,000, whatever that
whatever it is for him.
Oh,
floor
yeah.
is.
Yeah,
So that's why I'm thinking like 1.5, because he's gonna be the half regardless, and he could choose a full-time exempt employee.
Yeah.
I don't know that even matters, I'm just trying to
yeah.
not confuse you.
No, that's fine. I'm going to tell him that he has the choice of 1 FTE, whether it is his position or to open up a new exempt deputy position.
Well, is that a new, cost of a full-time?
Right.
As opposed to increasing his from half-time to full-time? What are the 3 non-exempt?
They are 3 part-time on-call people who over the, depending on the case fees and the hours worked, range between 32 to 37K a year.
So could upgrade one of those positions to full-time?
If you want, right?
So he has his choice, he can either upgrade one of them, full-time, then he'll have 2 left.
Yeah.
Or he can leave the 3 that he has there and upgrade his position to full-time.
Yes.
That's the 2 options.
Yeah.
I mean, I think it helps to have more deputies to call on than less. And I don't know that I don't know, it's not like a scheduling issue, right? Like you can't schedule those people.
No.
Other than paying, we're paying $25 a day, every day that the elected coroner is not around to respond to calls. We can count on paying $25 a day to any one of his deputies that is scheduled to be on call. So, and then when they get called out, they get a $300 call out fee.
Plus their hourly rate for transport and,
well, is that just for transport?
no, their hourly rate is for transport, for all the administrative work and paperwork and all of that the coroner does not do.
That cause I think my understanding was that they got the call out fee for the scene, for the incident, whether they show up on scene and it's like obvious and it's not, I mean, in all likelihood, it's a coroner's case, but if it's not, they still get the $300. If they spend 3 hours there, they get $300. If they spend 10 hours there, they get $300, but they don't get $300 plus $25 an hour the amount of time on the scene,
Right, but
but
everything
then
related to that
everything that follows,
is paid at $20 an hour.
okay, that makes, I mean, that's what I was thinking. Okay. No, I'm fine with the one full time, and then just some clear policies on how people get paid as deputy coroners.
So, and sorry, just to be clear, the one full-time plus the statutory required half.
He can choose, I think he can still
If
choose.
it's him, if it's him, that's the full time, then it's him and then his deputies as they have been operating, I guess. But if he wants a full-time additional person, we're giving him that choice. I think that is the last.
I get,
His current request to you guys is to bring his 0.5 to 1 FTE and be paid the same as you. And,
a full
okay.
1 FTE.
yes,
So
my recommendation to you guys is 1.
And him, I think maybe let's do that.
Well, he's elected to do that.
Full-time, anyway. It's okay. I like these times we have together in budget meetings. Usually.
wait, sorry, so I haven't read the statute. I mean, it's our choice,
Yeah.
right? Not
Mhm.
his.
Yes.
So, I mean, if we approve 1 FTE to cover the combination of him and a deputy, his choices are pretty constrained. If we offer 1.5 FTE, we can pay for his statutory minimum and a full-time deputy.
If you're giving 1 FTE, his options are, you can move him time, and then he can either, or he could upgrade one of the 3 to full-time.
But I don't think he can do that second choice because he would use up all the budget allocation on a full-time deputy and we wouldn't be able to pay him his statutory required half.
I didn't have a full-time deputy, oh, okay.
I mean, like,
Here,
I sorry, like
Or we
my
can-
brain is stuck on the, like if we allocate just 1 FTE, you're not really giving him the option of hiring a full-time deputy and him just remaining at halftime.
Well, no, you are, you're giving him the option of 1 FTE
him
or a deputy.
Or he could stay
One of them's
half-time, the
full-time.
deputy could stay half-time, and he could hire a full-time.
Yes,
But he can't go less than halftime because we're required to pay that.
well, right.
Right,
it's
yeah,
deputy.
yeah,
Either way, it's an increase in the budget.
Yeah,
In the personnel line.
I'm just saying like,
It is closer to your number, your budget numbers, right?
here's
Yeah.
my concern on, which I think, like, we increase his salary, how do we actually hold him to some level of responsibilities?
Yeah.
Additionally to his statutory requirements, which are minimal.
If we do his deputy though, he can't.
If we do a
Yeah.
deputy, we can with a job description. So I guess I don't feel like I even have enough information to know whether I think we've heard things from him before, but whether he wants to do that full time or he will not be here regardless, and all of the deputies will still be called on as much
Yeah.
or more than they are. So Without an answer from him on that,
You can pass a resolution saying
if he,
you shall be here and do this.
Can we?
Yeah, if you're gonna fund it.
Oh, but we can't enforce that resolution.
I mean, I guess it's up to interpretation on the statute here, because it says it shall be it doesn't explicitly give us the authority to rescind that designation of his full-time position. It gives us the authority to increase it, and then it says we shall revisit it every 2 years once we have done
Yeah.
that. So until December 2024, we won't be able to change that
I mean,
designation.
you can make it clear, to the coroner that this increase, it is revisited every 2 years, and if you're not performing and we continue to receive complaints from other emergency responders, then.
And I guess that's what I was trying to say earlier, is like, I mean, I can see either pathway working out, like, him half-time and then a full-time deputy that we have a higher level of accountability over, because there'd be a job description and they'd be a county employee. Or he could step up and do the job full-time, they'll really do that, and have a half-time deputy. I mean, I honestly don't care as long as the job's getting done, which is what I was trying to say before. I'd be up for just approving enough for either of those pathways and letting him choose and clearly communicate to us which choice he has made. And then trying to hold whatever pathway is accountable. Or I'm fine with choosing a path for him, and, if anyone feels strongly. Did that make any sense?
So you want to offer him
1.5 FTEs for exempt, which would cover either, which would be enough to cover one of two pathways. Him half-time and a full-time exempt deputy, or him full-time and a half-time deputy, and then some number of on-call.
Well, he already has a half-time deputy. There's 3 of them.
Well, so let's call them assistants or whatever. I mean, so
Okay.
we don't confuse ourselves. Like, I'm imagining him, a deputy who, in his absence, can perform pretty much all his duties, and then assistants who are on the sort of like on-call in the event that those top 2 folks aren't present.
Do Ally or Chris, what's the average weekly on-call rate that we've been paying? I cannot recall from payroll. You have those?
I'm
We're
at
covering
like-
that 7 days a week? How long?
No, remember, it's if they're called out. They get the
Well, but
20
they get
I get $25.
They get $25 if
day.
they're on the schedule to be ready to be called out. And they get $300 if they're called out.
Okay.
So have we, how many of the, we should not have been paying 7 days a week for the last 6 months for people to be called out. Because that would mean that the coroner is not here.
There is an on-call fee for each coroner, at least one deputy coroner every day. And I can say that, I'm trying to pull up some numbers now, but I do know that the deputy coroner's timesheets do have there's an on-call person every single day.
For how long has that been happening?
All year.
To that fee structure, to that pay structure, it's been happening every day since that meeting.
Caleb submits.
Somebody's on call while somebody's sleeping, whatever, overnight on call. instead of 25, but-
I mean, actually, like after my initial, like, shaking my head, that's not crazy, right? Because, I mean, people do have to sleep,
Yeah,
so.
right, you do need coverage.
And Public Works, it also has someone on call every day too.
Yeah.
I think that's slightly different though. If you wouldn't be on call if I was covering, right? In this circumstance?
For the November 11th payday, Caleb Yoder was on call every day except for November 4th. Lana
Did
Butler,
you call Alexander first, right?
yes. Lana Butler was on call every day except for 5 days out of that same pay period. So there were 2 deputies on call every day. Or called out. So let's say they were on call because they get paid the same if they're, oh no, they're not. So they were only called out 1 day. It looks like.
You don't need 3 people covering.
You don't need 2 people covering even, maybe arguably, I mean, you
Well,
have
unless one
emergency
person's covering,
services.
I mean, one person's covering day, one person's covering night.
But if you're on call, shouldn't you be on call for the entire day because of coroner shift?
Right, yeah, no, that's a great question. I mean, yeah, you shouldn't need someone on call for like every 8 hours. You shouldn't need the full-time person and 2 people to cover the other 8, 2 8-hour shifts.
Yeah. Well, how about this then? If we pass the coroner's budget as presented and then. Oh, where did it go?
The calendar?
As soon as I possibly can, we will have a work session with the coroner. Or if you wanna pass a budget with 1 FTE in there, so it's there and we don't have to do anything else, I don't know where you're leaning on that.
I mean, I would propose adding a line for like the, what to call it, but like an exempt deputy.
And that's why I think if you were to move forward with this, I would consider making those deputy coroner's assistants.
Yeah,
Okay.
and then, or, well, and I guess if we fill in
Death
those.
investigators? Sorry,
Yeah, so,
yeah.
yeah. Sorry, actually, if we have those lines, then we are constraining it one way or the other, but again, I'm fine approving a personnel number that implies 1.5 exempt FTEs. And then we can have a work session as soon as the coroner can to sort of hear his proposal for whether that 1.5 is filled by, is he the 1 or is he the half? Is that like?
Yeah, I'm just trying to see, does that actually change the budget as proposed?
I don't know.
Should somehow.
Yeah, because for 23, we only
You
have
should
1.
reduce it.
Yeah, this budget includes 50K plus benefits for a full-time deputy, and then the difference of 30 to 70K for the promotion of the coroner from part-time to full-time. So this is about 90K plus taxes and benefits with those 2.
So we give him 40 and 25.
So it would add like 35 plus loading to the personnel budget above what's on the screen here.
I think it would reduce.
Cause there are other changes that need to be made, the professional services need to change, the training needs to change, and then the supplies line needs to increase. He's over that.
Yeah.
Can you read that section C, making sure that I'm interpreting, or you think I'm interpreting that correctly? Like we have till 2024 to make this decision, and then, but whenever that decision is made, we have 2 years. It has to be revisited every 2 years.
So
Can you read it?
this helps, back of a napkin math, if you were to put the coroner, keep the coroner at part-time and approve a full-time deputy, their personnel line would be 170,915. If you were to remove the part-time deputy and promote the coroner to full-time, it would be about 156.
I like the first option.
We say the first option again, Ally?
Yeah, the first option of keeping the coroner at part-time and approving a full-time deputy separate from the part-time deputies would be 170,915.
But all of that's contingent on a follow-up conversation of actually figuring out. And that, including the math for that rationale, means that there's a job description and more accountability, and then we can get Alex's direct feedback on our questions.
Yeah.
And scheduling, and also address what's the rationale behind somebody being on call every day in addition to the coroner being at the ready.
Yep. Yeah, and I think related to that is like, depending on which route you go with the coroner and deputy coroner, how many assistant coroners do you then need?
Is there somebody on call every night?
I think there has to be
That's what it
someone
So
sounds
on
there'd be
call.
somebody on call
Yeah.
every night, but you don't need somebody on call 7 days a week.
Well, okay. Oh my God, here's how it was done, right? Like I don't know that anyone's actually scheduled. You just went through the list of your deputy coroners, and whoever answered the phone and was available, and you have
But
more
that's what we did.
deputies. If you have 5 deputies, chances are good, it's not perfect, that 1 out of the 5 are available to respond. So I don't know, is it not fair to say that you don't need somebody scheduled to be on
Just
call every day?
I would say the problem with that, and not that it's necessarily a problem, is that in order to be considered on call, you have to be in the county and not under the influence of any substances. So this would presume that on a Friday night, no one is out and about. They cannot come into work impaired at all. And so the on-call pay is an incentive for like, yes, you're not technically working right now, but you still can't do everything you may want to do off the clock.
Right. Okay. I can't argue with that.
And I can see it both ways too. Like when you have 5 people in a department, yes, someone is probably available to answer the phone too. And that could be part of the conversation with the coroner.
Yeah. And a little more deliberate scheduling of folks.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think we have some time to make a decision on salaries and stuff with him until we can have a sit-down conversation with him.
So is it even reducing that to 170?
I think we can reduce it.
To 179.15 or 914?
Yeah.
Whatever, the salary personnel line item? And then the training even is proposed to be reduced, you said?
I reduced
Yeah,
it to
you-
6,000 that Tim said.
Yeah, training goes to 6, but supplies needs to go up to 12.
Okay.
And
what about
professional,
services?
35.
Okay, yeah, that sounds good, and then just invite a work session as soon as he can,
Okay,
and maybe try to have a clear, I mean, I don't know, like, get those questions on paper or have a clear discussion with him.
all right, just emailed. Thanks for showing up.
Who did? How is he?
Just curious if we'll know today, thanks. I don't know, maybe he's trying to make a life decision and we're interfering.
But we need
He's
to know
interfered
that.
in many of mine.
But I think we need to know that.
Yeah.
Yeah, what, I feel like there's something we don't know that would make it a lot easier to make this decision.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move forward with that, those proposed changes. Okay, Sheriff's Office, you guys have, seen this presentation several times from the sheriff. He had a family emergency, so he's not here, so I will do it. So obviously, over the past year since his appointment and recent election, he's done a lot of work on updating policies and procedures, and creating like training schedules, and both of these things have boosted the morale of his force. So it's 23 objectives. He wants to, retain our current staff, creating a recruiting pipeline, improve processes for all of his objectives that he lays out later, and then increase Lake County Sheriff's Office revenues, except on floor runners. By 2025, being fully staffed, and that includes, Justice Center considerations, and using the new Justice Center, having policies and SOPs in place and followed by staff, have a more accurate budget projection methodology. Okay, so this is just his general office, and this is where we're at now. Anyway, sorry, not where we're at. So you will see that there are, a lot of proposed changes in personnel as he starts to ramp up for the Justice Center, but then also the other positions that he's talked about, like the school resource officer, having larger patrol, having the full patrol complement or whatever some term.
Full complement of patrol staff.
Yes, thank you. There it is. To better serve the community, and have better law enforcement presence. You can see, the shift in that, obviously, new under sheriff, and then increasing his administrative staff, to help things be more efficient for the people who interact with law enforcement. Having the patrol positions open, which some of those include command positions, so having like a having 2 sergeants in the structure, and then having the patrol deputies under them, which also creates a path forward for people to see a progressive path forward in the organization. The jail, he's proposing adding in 3 more positions to the detentions, budget, but that's in anticipation of the Justice Center. So trying to have that budgeted so we have a better idea of like the actual operational costs of the Justice Center. Court, having a person at this door, screening people, and then having a person upstairs to protect the court staff. And the third is kind of the swing advocates. Communications. So the communications, that's our dispatch center. So we need to, increase that, and then also ramping up for 25. And then we have our, our firearms instructor, and we still have our part-time patrol deputy, who's been immensely helpful during our transition. You will notice it is a large increase from year over year, but it is in preparation of 2025 when we anticipate for the Justice Center to be opened. VOCA, so this one might have some changes to it because this might be something that we need to absorb into our budget. But for now, there's a chance we'll get it. We'll get the VOCA grant again, but if not, those personnel costs, this cost will need to be absorbed by the county for the victims advocates, yeah. So court security, and we have a grant that covers a lot of the funding for this, which is nice, and then covers our personnel costs, or most of our personnel costs.
Our board this year is 106.
Oh, so this, okay. We'll change that.
And I don't remember on the
Well,
table,
and that
are they included in this? And
Yeah.
Hmm.
so does
It's
a grant
grants,
funded
it's
position
offset
get
with
treated
it's
differently
grant funded
based on the salary
for
table?
the transfer
What?
from the county, so it'll always be offset.
Like,
Yeah.
will,
Cause those both roll up.
the personnel is matching
Yeah.
the grant dollars that we're getting, does that mean since it's 106, it's gonna be 106, or?
No, we'll
No.
have to cover some of the costs.
Yeah, so any cost that the county contributes to the grants, they all roll up into that intergovernmental, so it will be the grant portion and then any costs that the county covers to transfer into the grant fund to cover
Okay.
that. So it'll always net to zero,
Okay,
because
Oh,
whether it's a
okay.
transfer in or if it's fully grant funded, it will always net to zero, because we will cover that.
okay.
The commissary fund we put there because it was something that has always been done, which
And
suggests that
well,
we
and
can-
it's one of our funds.
Right.
It is one of our
Yeah.
funds, so I
So-
went ahead and did the roll up, even though
yeah.
with the jail being closed, we haven't seen any commissaries,
So
but it
something
is still in the
yeah.
funds.
to reevaluate if we need it in the Justice Center going forward or not, which we might. Okay, so the background, right, you guys have seen this, but we want to, change the command structure and career progression structure that comes with this. So this is a model that, Heath has experience with from the Air Force, but also from State Patrol. And to help meet like employee retention goals, like laying out very clearly to staff how they can progress within the Lake County Sheriff's Office. So this was a permanent funding request, so a step pay scale system. So employees would receive an annual 3% increase from a post-training base salary that would peak at 5 years within a given position. And then there would be, other steps after that. So, imagine if you go to post-training, you get post-certified, and, you get your 3%. You set your goals with the sheriff, and then, if you can meet all of those goals and all of that in the STEP program, then you are eligible for another 3% increase. Yeah, so as you can see there. So it's just a minimum standard that he is proposing. And then, he does believe that he can show that like by retaining staff, right? Like, that the public will know and trust the sheriff office more. And, just have a better image, but also better staffing levels for us. So his personnel proposals are a little bit, okay, you guys have seen these ones, but the one that is most important is here. So he is asking for a difference, or he is asking for $607,977 increase for these personnel costs. Based on for his general operations, the communication center and detentions. What he is not asking for, he is not asking to be a part of the county's 4% COLA, because he is creating this new structure in his office so that people will be able to earn that through the STEP program, things like that. Which reduces the request that I have for a 4% COLA for all staff. As you can see, it is a big increase, but part of it is looking out to the Justice Center being built and being operational and staffing up for that. And in terms, especially in terms of detentions.
Yeah.
And then also keep in mind, the work session we held recently on the future of the E911 board. So taking about half of his proposal and putting that in the E911 board, and then the main user groups paying into that plus the E911 fees. It's going to take time in 2023 to do that, and people will have to do supplemental budgets to be able to fund the E911 board. But that is the intention going forward. So those costs, the top 5 costs for sheriff's office, PD, fire, and ambulance would go into E911. So that mitigates some of his requested increase. So, and these are everything else that the county funds or has. Go through these. Search and rescue, we have generally, some of these include grant funding, that's why that's so high. For 2023, the sheriff and I propose a contribution to search and rescue of $25,500. And then just modest increases in the out years. And just stop me if you have questions anywhere. So E911, this is the budget. So, the out years will change, especially the revenues and then the expenditures if we move forward with the communication center being in E911. But this is where we're at now. And I think we have a healthy fund balance right now of 300 something thousand dollars. And we did add in, I don't know, it's in 22, but in the 2023 budget, I mean, it's 45K, but there's kind of like a personnel placeholder with the intent of moving forward with that proposal, so we can kind of see the cost of that. The $10,000 is what we pay for Everbridge, and then the other, I'm not sure what the other services are for.
Some of their basic services for CenturyLink. I don't remember what's in the budget.
Yeah, okay.
And the projected, since we don't handle E911 out of the finance system, I did not take Deepa's totals. I thought I did, but they may not have made it across to the projected of where they were at year to date. And E911, I think she sends those reports out to everybody. Those are imported into our system at the end of the year, and then I make sure that my system ties to the records that E911 has. And with the absence of a board, none of those budgets have really been adjusted, with the exception of what I know based on what we're receiving now for the revenues.
Okay. What's the IT update? Do we still have a third party? Or is Greg taking care of them now?
Sheriff's office.
Yeah, the sheriff's office.
Oh, they are still with Velocity.
Okay.
There's opportunity there.
Haven't gotten to that conversation yet. Okay.
All right, community contributions. So in this, what we have are what is traditionally given. So the Professional services is the contribution to the Cloud City Conservation Center. Of that 40K, it will actually be 10K will be a contract and 30 will be a contribution to their operating expenses. I'm not sure what, in services, it is the 45,000, so 40,000 would go to the community fund for operational costs. And then not reflected in these numbers here, there's still the outstanding request of $20,000 from the Chafee Housing Trust and the $50,000 request from the Tabor Opera House. So those would be decision items if you want. We can do a set aside of the 20K for Chafee Housing Trust until you make a decision. And then the other decision is all of them are decisions, but the other outstanding decision is the Tabor Opera House.
Yes,
No,
on the table.
I'm supportive of the Tabor request as well.
You and I thought on Chafee, I thought we had asked for a work
Yes.
session.
We asked for a work session
Yeah.
and or before that on the 20th, or if that's getting rescheduled, because two council members said they didn't realize that we had been asked for money. I think I'd like to just ask the Housing Trust to ask the city for what they need, and if they're denied, then come to us and ask us if they haven't asked for what they actually need
Okay,
to the city on a city project.
so no set aside for Chafee Housing Trust.
Oh, I
Or
think
wait
we can do
until-
supplemental if we meet with them.
Yeah, or what you said, if they get denied, or what they need to do to the project.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, but so you guys are fine with the 40,000 contribution to Cloud City Conservation Center, 40,000 to the community fund, and 50,000 to the Tabor Opera House?
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. I would love to, I don't think in the 11th hour it's the time to set conditions necessarily on the community fund, but I would love to have a conversation with them to say, look, like I don't know what that operating cost necessarily looks like reflected in their entire operating budget, and like, can we do a better job of taking 10, 20, $30,000 of the county money and leveraging that and going out for like a deliberate campaign to hit some of our priorities in environment, like natural resource management, environmental recreation impact, and like just leverage resources in John and his network and start like childcare or like can we do a better job getting creative in collecting maybe more philanthropic revenue sources.
Yeah, so I'll, if we keep our meeting for the 20th next week, I will invite the Chafee Housing Trust, then I'll set up a work session with the community fund to
I
discuss
think,
that.
can we set those up on the same day, because Sarah's supposed to be gone. So we'd like to move them off the 20th, maybe after the first of the year,
Sure.
because you're
Yeah.
supposed to be gone.
Well,
right?
and before the 20th conversation, like, just I would vote to ask and request to ask the city for that before we even have that conversation. I mean, because I think it's a slightly different conversation of like the future of the planning for that project rather than what the city won't contribute. We all have enough housing projects to be giving money towards. It's like, why split hairs on it?
And I think I need to update the 9,500 too, because that's Hayden Meadows, and we're at 10 something for 20.
For the
Two.
Crossroads
Yeah.
Trail?
No,
Oh,
Bathrooms.
it's just that,
oh,
yeah. That always comes out of there.
okay, and our annual LaCosi contribution, that also,
Oh,
maybe
that's
that's
the-
like,
That's the extra 5,000 and that
5,000.
45, thank you for
Yeah.
reminding me.
oh, okay,
Yeah.
and maybe that's like, that would be a great example to the community fund, like, here's our contribution, can you leverage this threefold for us somehow? I don't know, maybe I still don't understand how a foundation is supposed to operate, but.
It's supposed to fill the gaps when the mine closes through philanthropy. So it's kind of like a catch-all right now for a lot of things.
But I don't, yeah, and I think I definitely have not had those conversations with John or like gone to those board meetings, but I don't understand, like, I don't know that it ever has been said to us. If I could just summarize like what I might anticipate a report back being like, you leveraged your 40 grand to 200 that like thousand because of your county priorities or whatever to meet these services for the community, or like rather than just because you gave, other people are giving to all these things and then we.
Well,
awarded
he
it.
has leveraged like the money from powder, the 200,000 that they get to give in $50,000 increments for 4 years to outdoor recreation opportunities.
For
So-
scholarships and stuff? or-
No, just to, like the Wheelers have gotten a lot of money from that. Cloud City Mountain Sports gets money from that. Get Outdoors Leadville gets money from that. So Powder Corps has given us $400,000.
Over 4 years?
4 years. So we've received almost $500,000 from them for outdoor local recreation.
From the community fund?
No,
with the
from
200
Copper Mountain,
I thought it was 200,000.
twice.
Okay,
So they've renewed their gift to us.
okay, thank you.
Any other contributions to the community?
Random picture of a man in a hospital eating food. I was like, is that your dad?
No, it's not,
Get well soon.
right? Feeling all
I'm
right.
pretty sure this is from Claire.
She's so nice to us.
Oh, yeah,
Oh.
I was gonna go and I could get some. That's great.
So the DA's budget, for
Can
2023.
we go back one real quick?
Yeah.
Is there any room in here for like the fireworks comes to us? You see, what is that?
Oh,
Civic
Civic
Center.
Center
Center.
Association?
No, there's
Oh.
nothing in there right now. It's
Yeah.
just wanted to add.
Did we say that was a community, like they, sorry, have they not gone to the community fund? Oh, I thought that was like,
They've never come to the community fund. We could encourage them to apply.
Does the Civic Center Association come to us?
they have
They have
before,
typically
but
do.
then the community fund was created and it was like $750 or $250.
For a membership.
Oh, right, there's a
You wanna-
membership.
Do you wanna add an amount to this?
What's the red ones that everybody keeps taking?
Peanut butters. I need to go to the bathroom.
I don't care. I just was wondering if
There's not, I didn't.
No eggs.
like
I'm
a
gonna get
buffer.
my peanut butter pretzels.
Or
No buffer.
like,
Yeah.
you want to sponsor X, Y, and Z.
Yeah, if you want.
We have in the past, but like. 1,000 is a buffer for fireworks or civic center.
Just add like 5 or even 10K for the.
2K, but.
I said 2K.
Well, but I feel like, maybe
No,
I'm
for
like
sure.
just,
Or maybe
When I
that's
think it kind
I-
of fell
actually,
off
I'm
because
probably
COVID and
conflating
things
all the
weren't
like fee
happening.
waiver requests we get, which might
Yeah.
add up to 10K.
Yeah, and then we were contributing to trick or treat fund, but, or trick or treat street, but now that's folded in,
Yeah.
so some of it has just fallen off, but
Yeah,
yeah.
that's true.
we could- whatever you guys choose.
I retract what I said, because I mean, we can find it in contingency or whatever.
Yeah, I mean, I feel like we can find that somewhere,
Yeah.
and or like in the library budget on. I don't know. Sorry,
Don't
I'm
know.
not finishing my thought.
Okay.
I think I could take break. I feel like I need like a little 5-minute walk to like refresh my brain.
How many more slides do you have?
On slide 167
Oh
of
my
212.
word.
Only 50. Only 50 more slides.
Of how many?
Is this not fun for
50.
anyone?
This is real fun.
Back on our guests, are they
Um,
still free?
Well, so really, I mean, okay, so DA, streetlights, we have transfers, fire control, conservation trust fund, contingency, mineral belt, ambulance. A lot of these are well, CapEx, we need to discuss, mine closure, Tabor reserves, ARPA, and skip insurance fund, and then, okay, we can skip over the SO stuff. And then really it's back down to the supplemental requests.
I just wanted to know so I could go to maybe shipping and get my grandkids' packages.
Yeah, go do that.
Yeah, maybe
All right, break. We'll break
go home.
for. You can go home. We're gonna break for 5 minutes. What
Thank you.
is the real time? Okay, 4:17. How about 4:25? Is that all right?
Yeah.
8 minutes. Okay, everyone, we're still waiting for the county manager to come back and Commissioner Marcella, so if you give us just a couple more minutes. Okay.
Okay. Go back. Welcome back. Okay, so the DA, we're part of the 5th Judicial District. The DA has submitted a budget request this year of $211,191.
That's for the district, right? Or is that just our portion?
That's
That's just our portion. I did not realize that the BOCC could deny all or part of these, maybe not all of them, or typically has work sessions with the district attorney's office in the past, so we'll rectify that going forward.
Do you know that no other county in the district had questions or
Okay,
requested changes to
Okay.
the budget?
I will also note, I think DA is elected with our election cycle, is that right?
Right.
And, so she had requested a salary increase outside statutorily defined salaries, which was approved by the entire district, which had to be approved before she was sworn in.
Kind of like the coroner thing.
Kind of like the corner thing, but the corner thing has specific language where it sets a different thing for considering that.
Interesting. Yeah. Streetlights. I see this is something you've done in the past. We're not doing it going forward.
Or the city? Or, oh,
For the city?
Mhm.
Oh, we're definitely not doing.
It should be like community field.
To replace the bulbs and stuff in those lights. And the upgrades and the maintenance, okay. Those I think then can be better reflected in
But it would be worth,
maintenance or recreation budget.
it would be worth auditing those bills.
yeah, this isn't a bill from Excel? Isn't this a bill from Excel? For county streetlights?
Maybe like West Park,
Oh, this is why I need crystal.
unincorporated area.
Okay, I'm gonna come back.
Not in Silver Hills, we don't have streetlights.
The weird blue lights that are on Sangre de Cristo down in Twin Lakes. I think we somehow pay for like the Twin Lakes streetlights.
It's part of our utilities, okay. We'll find out.
I think they're like on the same circuit as our storage buildings down there.
Oh, okay. So we probably end up, okay. I'll determine if these are our utility payments. Otherwise, we've changed some other things where like utilities, we've rolled kind of into like one area. Reimbursements and transfers. Sorry. These are the payments, I believe this includes, let's see, ARPA, some of the CARES Act funding, other funding, I think PILT and HETF are in there. So just somewhere where we get it and then we transfer it to other funds.
I mean, shouldn't it be the same as the revenues? Expenditure, or no?
Well, the revenue will come in through property tax. And then we'll transfer it to like public health. So it's only an
So these are just the
expenditure.
fund, overall fund transfers. Or- Trying to understand what I need to silver line on, but that's cool. I'm sure it makes sense.
No, and I will.
You
I'll
always
get
have to just
clarification.
double check that the transfers out equal the transfers in everywhere else.
Mhm.
Right,
Because you saw all the Queen's horses, right?
yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
That's why you use a chart of accounts where 8s are expenses, 8s and 9s are other sources. 6s are revenues and 7s are other sources. So all your 7s equal all your 9s.
I will seek clarification on this and then get you the breakout for the reimbursements and the transfers.
And should there be like an added, like the budget and the balance, or the, yeah, whatever.
Where it's coming, what makes up that number?
No, just making sure that that equals,
Yeah.
that's what you're saying,
Mhm.
okay. Very good.
Okay. Fire control budget. As we reached an impasse with,
The fire department,
thank you, the city.
city,
This budget is increased by 2022 total budget plus 5.5%.
And then we'll do a supplemental once we finish figuring out the things.
Yeah.
Mostly calm.
Mhm.
And I mean, in my head, there might be a moment where when we straighten out the rules for paying that comp time, there might be sort of like a philosophical discussion about whether, like, what we actually meant to be paying. You know, like if you want the total compensation to equal the same number, but with the proper comp rules, you might need to have a different base salary than is currently in the preliminary budget. That
I
makes
think
any
it'll
sense.
change too much.
Okay,
I just think we need to have a discussion with them about what they believe they're paying and not
Yeah.
paying.
well, and all the compensation, right? Like, do we do comp time and all the PTO and everything? We're doing comp time on top of the union contract, we're doing
right.
the scheduling, and who's actually, subject to the union contract rules.
Yeah,
Very good.
Conservation Trust Fund. We haven't really budgeted really a whole lot of this in the past. You guys did spend some money there, so I don't know if you want anything in there going forward.
Can I ask, I don't even know what this is.
That's,
The lottery money for recreation.
Oh, see, right, okay. Thank you.
I would be open to doing a supplemental budget if like the Tabor came to us with a request for a project. Out of there, cause I think we've got quite a bit of funding in there.
it says our 2023 estimated fund balance is 489,682. So we
That's a lot.
could figure out where we
there's-
wanna allocate that if that's,
Well,
Or we could do something at Huck Finn to fix the ice rink.
right,
well,
Right.
yeah, how much do you give Rec Advisory Board?
we don't give them anything, typically the rec advisory board has, I think we get an average of $48,000 a year, and it's based on a formula at the state. And there is that budget of what the rec advisory board had proposed to approve or approved for folks, but we've had that conversation of rec advisory board being advisory, and then us really leveraging those funds towards operation and maintenance of rec facilities.
Okay.
So I
Just on that, because I think there's a whole list of things that the Rec Advisory Board has recommended funding before, and I don't know if groups are still waiting for it or not, or if they actually have the decision-making authority to say, yes, you will get 5K, or if that still needs to go to you guys.
Not really, I think it still has to be approved by us.
Okay.
I don't know that it had been in the past, but
I
I think we
don't
should
so.
do that. And or again, set like what our priorities are for that fund, those
Yeah.
funds, because it had typically been used for new projects and it's kind of gotten us in the predicament we're in now, without actually putting that money towards maintenance of projects, which it is fully eligible to be allocated for.
And I definitely like that idea of having the discussion with the rec board about them becoming an advisory board over like the whole rec budget and not having this little, somewhat trivial amount they hand out on an ad hoc basis. Right. There's probably a better way to say that politely to them.
No, I think, I agree and or would say like, I think there's like a really great way to reimagine utilizing the rec advisory board for like projecting or getting information from the community and also pushing out information to the community, so. There's great opportunity we need to get to.
So contingency, so you'll see in the fund balances, we wanted to provide you with a more accurate estimated fund balance for the general fund. So at the beginning of 2022, you all moved $4 million out of the general fund, or you earmarked it for the Community Justice Center. So we took that out of the general fund and put it in the contingent line, so we can better account for it and better reflect what we've spent out of that $4 million, which is about the 750. And then so you can see where that funding remains, and then it gives you a better general fund balance estimate. So good. Okay. Mineral Trail, cruising along. And I assume it's the Mineral Belt Trail Committee and who we just hold the money, right?
Yeah.
We're just kind of the fiscal agent.
Right, all their, the Muppet and the
Yeah.
other events
Excuse
that they do into this thing, donations.
Okay. So that's where they are at, with their fund balance being 91,000, almost 92,000. So Howard might get his loop. Ambulance Service Fund, this one you are intimately aware of the past few weeks. So there's a mill levy of $750,000. That goes to fund the ambulance service in Lake County via an IGA with St. Vincent Hospital District. Any questions there?
None for me.
Well, wait, go back. That 761 should just be 750, right?
Very on top.
Oh, the revenues.
So if they collect more than the 750, it'll offset the next year. But this should only be 750,000, not 500.
Okay.
But you can take the mill levy down to only collect 750 or slightly above.
Okay.
Yeah, right, it's capped at 750.
Okay. Make that adjustment. Cap Ag. So in the past, from what I understand from you guys, is when department directors come with their capital acquisition requests, you take it out of the general fund or whatever fund, put it in capital acquisition, and capital acquisition pays for it, which is fine. I would also maybe like to get in the habit of just like putting some money in the capital acquisition fund so that, there's at least some funds in there if something unexpected happens, or like, at least there's some kind of base in there, so some department directors' requests aren't as huge, or you at least have, it goes back to the fund balance discussion we need to have with our new financial policies, but anyway, we don't have to decide that now, but I just want to throw that out there for you guys on that, because I think then some of the supplemental budget requests, if you so choose to approve them, will it would come out of here.
We can't move money out of the CapEx fund and put it into it. So that's like
Once you put it
dedicated.
in, you have to spend it.
Yeah, or it has to roll to the next.
Who created the CapEx fund?
I don't know.
Some mini.
But that's why we've been more judicious or cautious, I guess, about putting money into this without.
That's good to know. I did not know that. Okay.
It's locked in.
So you put money in it, you can spend money, but you can't get the money back out.
Right. Like we agree with Public Works that we would buy a loader with general fund dollars. We put it in here just so that it's tracking.
I mean, once we get to the point of having each department have its like AMP or whatever line item, I mean, does this become redundant?
Mm-hmm.
I don't think so, because I
Not
don't think that Public Works will ever have enough money to purchase big equipment and maintain a healthy fund balance.
But I mean, wouldn't they, maybe I'm just like misunderstanding, but I feel like we could get to the point where, like with the new compactor, we would transfer it into the landfill's CapEx line or AMP line item, not into this fund.
But we can't put money into road and bridge. We can't put any property taxes in there. So this is a way for us to pay for a motor grader and not take $500,000 out of their fund balance.
Okay, so it is necessary.
Everybody at the state.
Everybody who doesn't have to implement them.
Right, yeah. Mine closure fund, you guys have, obviously have not spent any money out of it, for 2023, so last year, I think you guys put 1.5 mils in, one mil's worth about 300K, so, you know, the suggestion was for 1 mil, although, you know, I agree with you, there are other like competing priorities, so I don't know if it's palatable to put $500,000 in this year, or if we might have to free up some more funding for you, but this was the proposal going forward, because we have a,
I'm good with that too.
okay, because the fund balance,
3.52.
well, that's what the 1 mil is, it's 3.2 right now.
Yeah.
Decent, but
Yeah, well, and then maybe, I mean, I'm fine with whatever, maybe just sort of flag, like, as we dig deeper into economic development, thinking next year, like, maybe sort of as one question in a work session is, like, what is our target mine closure fund? If the,
Yes.
if the purpose of it is like an operating reserve for that sort of like 2-year period when the mine finally shuts, or, you know, is that it? And like, what do we think should be in there?
So
Should
is it transition funding, or is it duplicating your emergency reserves?
Transition funding.
But I mean, I haven't actually read like the resolution that, you know, created it, so.
It says it's on I counted, I had the resolution up.
Yeah,
It's funding to provide for county services to slowly ratchet back to equal to what the valuation becomes.
so I'm thinking, in my brain, I interpret that as it's an emergency operating reserve for that specific moment when the mine finally shuts down.
Or if there's a catastrophic change in valuation.
Yeah. And then separate, you know, and then we could say, oh, we think that should be a whole year of operating reserve, or I don't know, you know, some number of months or years of, or, you know, 2 years of half our revenue or something, you know, making up that quote, you know, so we could have that discussion, and then everything else we should be putting into, like, as long as we're on target to be there, everything else we should be putting in to today's economic development,
right.
you know, work. Or we should have that discussion, and for now, I'm fine with whatever for 1 year.
Okay.
No,
But if, you know, yeah, okay. And I think it would probably behoove us to have a work session with your colleagues in Clear Creek to understand how their mine closure has impacted their decision making.
Yeah.
Well, that, and we need to figure out the averaging.
Yes, and that too, so
yeah.
Chris and Stephanie had started working on that. I'm not exactly sure where it's at now, but because it's the mine's decision, but it does benefit their bottom line, and it helps us in the event that they do close away the rest of that 5-year period. Unless they do it on the 5th year, then we're really Tabor Reserve. What?
So it's not that far away.
Right. Tabor Reserve Fund is fine. And we don't need to do anything with it for 23. Okay, so this is the ARPA funding, you know, that is reflected that we have, you know, some actual numbers of the money you have awarded and that folks have received, and then this is where we're at right now, because we haven't received, I think we should receive that second tranche soon. Same with the
money from the tribal funds.
Yeah, so we'll get those soon. So this one's kind of on the relevant side. Insurance fund, right? So you do know that, you know, or you guys are aware that the insurance went up both on cap and the health pool.
You're gonna take us out to bid?
In 23, I want to. But for now, you know, we're seeing an increase of 200,000, a little more than 200,000 in that for insurance. So that's fun. Uh,
I wonder if it'd be helpful in those slides like that, if we put the bottom line across there and said ending fund balance.
Yes, I think we should. I was thinking that earlier. Did you hear that, Ally?
Sorry, what'd you say?
On like this slide for like the fund slides, like maybe, you know how you had the FTE count on there earlier? Could we add like a line that has like just like ending fund balance on there?
Okay,
And obviously we don't have to do it now.
Eating this.
okay. Yeah, sorry, Claire brought me a snack too, so I was in the middle of a big crunch when you said that.
No worries. Okay, these next slides are the ones from the sheriff that you've seen before. It's my fault, I messed up the slide deck. It was kind of a supplemental budget request, but, so anyway, this is looking at his new command structure. You know, for patrol, so it does include those two, you know, sergeant positions. Detentions, and then court security is underneath that. Admin, and then the comm center, which then this will change to, you know, communications director and E911 board instead of sheriff and under sheriff. So these are the other considerations of his that we talked about. Okay, so now we're getting into supplemental requests. Supplemental requests came from department directors outside of their operational budgets. So they submitted these requests to me for review, then approval or denial, or partial approval or denial. So they were reviewed based on available funding and the BOCC's priorities, mission, and vision for the county. So, okay, this slide's not as clear, probably just skip it. So the total proposal and new funding from the total, you know, the total proposal and new request from the sheriff's office is the $607,000. Lake County leadership team submitted, and I'm okay, I have given approval or partial approval to $630,000 worth of that, so the total supplemental requests with my approval comes to 1.2 million. And if you look at your 2023 revenue over expenditures, you're at 1.791 million. And yeah, so there you go. So my proposal is for a 4% cost of living allowance or adjustment to all FTE. The total cost of this is $361,466. You know, and over the past rolling 12 months or so, so at the beginning of 2022, we approved a 3% COLA, and we did the mid-year COLAs of 4% and 3%. Most staff have seen a 7 or 8% increase over the past year, which is tracked pretty closely with inflation. I think with this COLA, we get people even closer or tracked, or maybe a little bit more than inflation. So I don't know if you have questions or thoughts or feelings on that.
Good with it.
Yeah.
Okay. And then we discussed, so the merit-based wage increase pool, so the proposal there is to cap it at $200,000, knowing that not all staff will receive a raise at all, not all staff will receive a 3% raise. So the total, if we had budgeted for everyone receiving a 3% raise, it would be $317,000. So my proposal is to cap it at $200,000, and then, you know, with any, which I anticipate there will be remaining funds in this pool, if you so choose, you kind of already have a base for a 2024 pool.
Can you just talk, just a brief about the process for the merit-based wage increases without getting too crazy?
Sure.
In the interest of time.
Yeah, so recently you guys have approved our new performance review process. So in that, managers and staff work on setting goals, but then also the core competencies of the county and that, their job description and how they'll achieve their performance. So then mid-year, they have a performance review process where, they check in with their manager on how they've attained goals or haven't attained goals, challenges they've faced or successes they've had, things like that. And then from there, the proposal for the raise will come to me for approval, for final approval, or pushback on that. And the whole underlying premise of it is that, we want to offer this incentive to staff to do better at their jobs and to drive more efficiencies at the organization. So if they can prove to me that they've done that, then they're eligible for a merit-based increase outside of the COLA.
And those are already established, or that, like, the first 3 months will be working with department heads to get that clarity on the goals and departments' priorities for individuals or as departments, and how everybody in that department is responsible or could be, it is a part of meeting those goals.
Well, yeah,
And
so that.
therefore then
Mhm.
this coming after that, they contribute to that, then they're eligible.
Yes, the goals are on an individual's level based on their job description. So, I will sit with my communications director and we will develop goals for the 6 months in year of what communications look like for Lake County government. So, attainable things, pie in the sky things like that. And then also, there are other the core competencies that we base their performance off of.
I can run through briefly those core competencies just to refresh. Memories of their job knowledge, work quality, attendance and punctuality, initiative, communication skills, dependability, self-awareness. And then each department will create 1 to 3 core competencies that are department specific. So like public health will obviously have very different core competencies than HR.
Okay. Thank you both.
Yes, does that answer?
Yes,
Is that what
yeah,
you're looking
I
for?
just wanted
Okay.
I wanted to explain how our approach to that. Thank you.
You're very welcome. Okay, into supplemental requests. We do not have an aircraft tug at the airport, so the airport director is requesting $82,030 from the general fund to purchase this new tow tractor for aircraft at the airport. His proposal was that paid out of the general fund, and then the airport fund would reimburse the general fund over 5 years. My proposal is to have that reimbursement over 3 years. And it comes with my full recommendation for a one-time expense to do that.
Okay, sounds good.
Okay, any
objections?
No.
Okay. So the assessor's office had a supplemental request for their some upgrades to their office, mainly removing and replacing the old carpet in their main office. The only issue is that all the tile in the courthouse is made with asbestos. So any kind of work you have to do there requires abatement. And given where we're at in terms of capital planning and asset management and the potential construction of the new Justice Center, I propose denying this request. Okay.
Sounds fair.
Okay. Clerk and Recorder's Office request is for an elections FTE. My recommendation is to deny that and allow the new Clerk and Recorder to evaluate the request and staffing in that office. I do agree with the Clerk and Recorder's Office that an election FTE or reevaluation of staffing is is for sure needed, especially given how important elections are to our democracy, and they need to be protected, and ensure that they're done right, but we'll leave it to the next.
I agree with that approach.
Okay. Community planning and development, as you know, the GIS and mapping have moved into underneath the community planning and development umbrella. So this is a new FTE request to assist with the mapping director and GIS, and then also kind of the expanded scope of community planning and development that includes water planning, natural resource management, and another land use planning. So this would be a permanent funding request. The proposed salary range is 40 to 45K. I could see that increasing, or maybe it should increase, but I would recommend full approval for that request.
Can we approve and bump it to 50 or 55, 40 to 55?
Sure.
55 too high?
I don't think so. I mean, I think we should open it up and see who's applies. I mean, I don't know if this falls afoul of like how we're allowed to post stuff, but if we could post it even, you know, like
You just have to post
two
a
levels of
range.
position, you know.
Well, we can put, I mean, we can post, right, like the dream job, and Ally, correct me where I'm wrong, we can post like the dream job description and then, you know, have that huge range saying dependent upon experience. So if we get low or mid-level, we can adjust on that.
Yeah, and that salary range doesn't include the 8,000 to 20,000 benefit salary that FTEs can receive. So we can keep that in mind too, if we're thinking about range.
Yeah, we need to add, sorry, that's just the salary, not the benefits.
Okay. I still vote to increase the range to
Yeah, okay,
55,
Okay.
40 to 55.
Community planning and development request for permitting and licensing software. We've really struggled with the current company and are trying to recoup costs from them. There are off-the-shelf softwares that will can do this permitting and licensing software. I think it'll make the administrative team in that office you know, increase their efficiency and it'll increase customer service. There's a one-time cost. There might be some fringe ongoing things, but that'll be something that Anne will need to just create in her operational budget.
Does it track special use permits or special event permits?
I think that's one of the goals in wanting to do it, but I'll make sure that that is included.
And would it do like online submittals, or do we not, generally not encourage that because we want kind of a pre-application conversation? I'm sure you could set it up to like, I want to build a new house, so just do it online. Be like, no, you have to come in.
But I think, you know, you could set it up like if you're doing, I don't know, hot water heater replacement, right? Like your plumber could do that online, and as long as
Like
he's
a
licensed by
mechanical-
the state, yeah, the mechanical permits and things could be, if you could, you know, if you have your license number and you can pay that way. And I think, anyway, I think there's flexibility in what we could do with it.
And trust the staff to get what they need out of it.
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah. And very badly wants something to work.
Something.
Just one thing. So you're okay with this request?
Yes.
Yes.
The collaborative community planning and development request, as you know, they have a conference room down there where they hold pre-application meetings with developers, things like that. And had requested, you know, some extra funding for more, you know, collaborative workspace equipment. So a similar setup to here with the owl, the TV, the computer with the TV, and that. I propose partial approval of 2,500 for like the TV monitor, PC and mouse and keyboard and that kind of stuff, so you can have that. IT, our IT department has an owl, which we're using as our webcam, that departments can check out. So I think that, you know, based on the frequency of Ann's meetings, maybe she can have first right of refusal on it if it push comes to shove. But I think, you know, or the partial request of this is acceptable.
Mhm.
Okay, and I don't think that it will cost the 2,500.
Yeah, it
But,
doesn't seem-
yeah. Yeah, so I don't know if you want to take that down farther.
Oh, but didn't you talk about adding David in there with that position? Does he
Oh,
need-
yeah,
Does he might need a desk or something,
yes, good point.
so I'm okay with leaving that 2,500.
Okay, okay. Community planning and development, the request from that department is a cost recovery study. So our land use fees have not been updated since 2002, which means we are losing revenue. You know, which limits the county's ability to bring more land use and planning work in-house. You know, if Ann didn't have to pass through as much money to the vendors that she has, you know, we could potentially fund another planner position in that department, and we can make growth pay for the cost of her and her department's services. I do think there's possibility to take some of the things we did with the pros cost recovery study and our new financial policies to do some of this in-house, to do that and maybe like evaluate what other counties do. So and actually I would change my recommendation to like partial approval of maybe like 15 or 20K for a small amount for a consultant to help with land use fees and other areas that we might be missing out on in community planning and development.
Yeah, yeah, we talked about this in our work session earlier today, that it was 18,000 for the cost recovery process through
Yeah,
rec specific, I think, and leasing and facilities sort of, so it seems 15 seems reasonable, and then that's closely off. We can make it-
Okay. Thank you, I'll reduce that to 15. Innovation and information technology request is to replace our servers at $25,304.74 is the
Okay.
quote he's received. Now Greg is also doing an IT asset management plan, so depending on the servers we get and how, you know, much the county expects out of them, so once every 3 to 5 years, we need to purchase new servers, so his budgets will begin to reflect that change, that increase and that decrease. Our current servers are beyond their end of life.
So this is for how many again?
Servers?
Yeah. All of them,
Mm-hmm.
which is like 6 maybe?
I don't know that.
Okay, multiple, okay,
Multiple, more than one.
very good,
I'm good with that.
all right.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
No servers.
The Lake County Library put in a request for a modular building, estimated cost around 100, yes.
Quick, I can't remember if SIPA had like hardware granting opportunities. So
Oh,
maybe just,
okay.
That's a good idea.
yes, and make sure he looks into
Yeah,
SIPA's funding.
Micro grants.
yeah,
Yeah, micro grants.
the least of it, yeah, I mean, offset will be good. So the library has seen increased use in their programming for teen, adult, and children's programming. There's a proposal for a modular, essentially extra space there. Be a maker space, you could have some tool library programming, other things in there. My recommendation is to deny this request. I think as in the library's narrative and their current issues, and then, you know, their 2025 issues, I think within that time, understanding more of what the community wants and needs out of the library. Same with the commissioner's vision for the community. I think then we can come up with a better plan for for the library, in terms of that, but I think at this point in time, it's a deny.
Yeah, and the facilities, asset management, planning, and I also think the public works modular was 170,000, so I also think that this is an under estimated expense.
Plus, yeah, plus like, I mean, there's gotta be some pretty significant costs to like hook it up to power and like.
I agree with your recommendations.
Okay, switching to fleet, we now have new fleet vehicles, which means we need to take care of them. There's a request for an air jack. The older jack cylinder seals are failing and there are no seal kits available to repair it. So this is one-time funding, so I suggest funding that.
Sounds good. Safety
Okay.
issue too?
Yeah,
I vote no. Sorry,
on the,
on that AC machine.
on this one? Okay.
Yeah, you have to have a permit from the EPA to have refrigerant to put in the AC compressor to recharge an AC vehicle. And honestly, like, how often do we pay to get them recharged?
I know nothing about this.
I don't
I
even,
only know because David has the certification from the EPA.
And some of our staff doesn't have the certification to do this. Yeah, how often do we?
I mean, I've driven since I've been 16, and I've never taken my vehicle to get my AC recharged.
And if we have it in the fleet, wouldn't that be part of Enterprise's, like, service to the vehicles?
Yeah.
You can take it to Dependable Auto if you need it recharged. I just don't see it as like, like every vehicle's AC is gone out, you know?
And I think the one closer to Safeway does it too. I mean, I think at least like asking for like a more thorough analysis of our said, yeah, like how often are they really, like what's it costing us per year to do this?
okay. So I will move this request, and get more.
We wanna do a supplemental later, like I'm fine with that.
Okay.
I just don't see like bills coming through. Or we're sending things out to get their AC fixed so often that it warrants a machine.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I will get more clarification, then remove that. So this is the last fleet request, which is essentially the diagnostic technology. It is an ongoing cost of $5,700, so I think there's, the first year general fund could pay for, and then after that, it needs to be incorporated into Michael's budget.
I'm good with it.
Or the fleet, yeah.
Or the
public
fleet,
works
yeah, the
budget.
public works budget.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
What's with the bum balance?
As well, my dogs do.
Okay, so this one we're fine with. So the Lake County landfill request, this would come out of the landfill fund, so a portable litter fence,
I'm good with it.
Yeah.
okay, all right,
Yeah.
sweet, and it's one-time funding. Replacement of the BOMAG trash compactor, as you know, we have a Lemon currently out at the landfill. So we'd like to replace it with a Caterpillar 826K trash compactor. Pretty sweet, huh?
Pretty sweet.
I would just ask for.
I love driving those.
I would just ask for the used one to be a certified used machine that comes with some warranty.
Okay.
Which I think you can still get for a reasonable price. And see what we can get for trade-in
Okay,
on the BOMAG.
okay,
Yeah,
So
again,
both are
chatted
used.
about this earlier in our work session, and I think we're good with that certified used piece of equipment, and also, just playing devil's advocate, like even if we wanted to buy a new one, is it a year or two out? And that
Right.
doesn't get us anywhere, so.
Yeah.
In favor of the used.
Okay, road and bridge request, so we have 2 dump trucks from 1997. The request is to replace one or both of them. They're about 150K a pop. They're beginning to cost more in repairs and maintenance. And Michael's working very hard to get if this moves forward, the trucks on the other plan that we have with Western Star and the heavy duty equipment, where we have it for a year or so, and then we keep it nice, we trade it in, we get a new one for a minimal cost.
If our current plow truck agreement is pretty great, so I don't know, I'll just throw out there, if Michael can get a really great deal for 2, is it worth just doing it for the 2? Assuming that, because that trade-in, what is it, would be at 8,000 a year? Kayla's giving a thumbs up. Like if he can lock us in on something, that's great.
I would prefer to do 2, because he has the money for both of those.
Okay.
And then I'd really like to see him budget for another plow truck next year.
And I know that we have, if the maintenance costs, and I'm sorry if you sent those to us, but I know we've seen those in the previous years from Pub Works records that they keep on hand and pull those reports. So if those maintenance costs are the same as a lease agreement, then it's worth the new equipment for sure.
Yeah, I'm okay with 2.
What do you think, Jeff? Although it doesn't matter. I'm just kidding.
Just money.
I mean,
No, I just said the majority's already.
Oh, that too.
That's what I meant.
I'll vote against something else you want. Yeah, no, they're old, they need to be replaced. Like, it's not, fire engines and the compactor and other stuff, it's not that big a deal. So I'm fine. I think especially that point about like pricing to be going up, like if we can lock something in at that level, I'm not against that. Not that it
Do you know something we don't know, Deb?
No, I'm good with it. I'm good with it.
Last road and bridge request is to put chip seal on County Roads 99 and 10, the cost of $183,000. So this past summer, 99 and 10 were overlaid with new asphalt. So if we place chip seal on them, we'll extend the life of the roads up to 10 years. I recommend doing this so that we can continue focusing on our pavement management plan and then having these roads last longer.
Yeah.
Than just the asphalt overlay. All okay?
Yep.
Okay. Parks, Rec, and Open Space request. So the boiler in the 6th Street gym is broken. Currently there is there's electric heat in there. So this one I guess could go I guess I would recommend full approval and budget for replacing this boiler, and then as we get the facility and deferred maintenance plan in front of the BOCC, and as you guys prioritize our assets and our facilities, at least that money's there or encumbered for that, and you can change that after you do your priority review of the facilities, if that makes sense.
Yeah, but
Maybe a silly question, the electric heat, does that actually keep the building heated? How often have we relied on it solely? What is the cost of it compared to replacing?
It keeps the pipes from freezing. So we got that going for us. The utility costs have obviously gone up. There's no way to heat that entire building with the electric heaters. You go in there now, It's like my office, chilly in there.
Sure. Okay.
But I think too, you know, like, what does the board want to use that facility for in the winter? Because the fit classes are in there. I think there's some classes and some programming that
Rec
takes
league
place.
volleyball,
There's lots of programming,
Yeah,
kids basketball,
yeah,
indoor soccer,
yeah.
library programming,
library programming.
like locker rooms that aren't used.
They're in decent shape.
So anyway, so that would be my suggestion, is that we at least encumber it for 23 for that, and then as we evaluate the facility plans, then.
We can
change.
use it somewhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It would come from the rec replacement fund, so.
Okay.
Parks, Rec, and Open Space request, so the turf at Community Field needs to be replaced. The total cost for that, the best estimate I have right now, actually from the company who originally installed it, is $850,000. The turf is past its useful life, and there are some drainage issues, kind of some infrastructure issues, if you will, underneath the turf that need to be fixed. My recommendation would be to partially approve this request, have pro staff explore grant funding, and then, you know, work closely with the school district, to see if they would fund half of this. So for the partial approval, I just put the half amount in there.
Yeah, like we talked about in the work session earlier today, I mean, I think, yeah, fine, like joint funding would also like just have that discussion of like what's their thinking about not mentioning this in their master plan and focusing on Federico Field, like,
Yeah.
just have that discussion.
I mean, I think we specifically put the 260 in there last year for this project, not yet knowing that it was a full replacement,
yeah.
so should we just put in the difference of 3, or the 61,065 out of the rec replacement? But I'll put 100.
Did you already do 60 in there?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, and the reason, and the 260 number came from, you know, those operational costs of the pool. So we don't have those anymore, so you guys had shifted it to
The rec
rec
replacement.
replacement fund. So,
Then make it 165.
165 and with the intention of adding that to that 260 for 425 to come out of the $823,000 fund balance.
Yeah, I mean, my thought is I hear what you're saying about the intent from last year, but I mean, I think we have other things that that we might want to tackle with the 260 and the replacement fund. Like sort of smaller things to keep some facilities going. I mean, maybe not if the department hasn't asked for it, but I hate to draw that down and have nothing in the replacement fund.
Well, there'd still be about 400,000
Oh, yeah,
if we spent the 425.
right.
I guess
Yeah,
less
right.
with the 91,000 for the boiler replacement.
well, you have
300,000.
some more, pros requests coming.
Okay.
But you're okay, sorry, you're okay with the partial funding? Or do you want to see all of the pros requests?
All the pros
Yeah.
requests.
Okay. Upgrades and maintenance to the tennis courts. The tennis courts need to be resurfaced, and there is a sinkhole at the entrance of it. Maybe you could put in a pickleball court. It is $160,000. I recommend full approval on that, and for pro staff to explore grant opportunities to offset costs. However, based off of the work session, my recommendation would change of really fully understanding the use of that facility. And maybe if expanding the skate park is a better idea.
Expanding the skate park.
I don't know, you just, I don't know, it's just an idea. Going
There
with-
might be higher priorities.
There might be other higher priorities.
The ice rink.
The ice rink.
Yeah,
Yeah, and that's why I came down in the work session, is I don't see this as like obviously rising to the top of things that have to happen this year, because it's already broken. So
Yeah.
we're not scrambling to avoid something becoming inoperable, or it can't really get worse. I mean, worse.
Yeah, I also like, in our budget session with the rec department, I thought they were talking to us a little bit about the ice rink repairs, or like a temporary plastic surface to keep the ice ice as ice and stop the leaks, and I thought we were all kind of like, bring us a real fix for that. Bring it like new concrete or something, like there is.
yeah, like rip out all of it.
Just give us what is it gonna take to fix it? Cause they were like giving us a $20,000, like, I guess I'm surprised to see this rather than something for the ice rink.
Yeah.
Given how much activity the ice rink gets, and granted, the tennis courts don't get activity maybe right now because they're broken, but I think there's a lot more use.
Yeah,
So
yeah. And
deny.
for me, deny, and it's really like, let's really try to tackle in the first quarter or half of 23, the work of getting the pros plan and the cost recovery into an actual multi-year, what order do we want to tackle things in? And I'd be open to a supplemental request if we have the staff bandwidth to tackle more projects at that point, but I don't want to allocate more now to specific projects.
Okay. Pros. So upgrades and maintenance to Leiter Field. As you know, it's heavily used by the community. The dugouts, the crow's nests, and there's some field
There
maintenance.
is a grant available
Well, my recommendation is full approval. Okay, encumber it, but direct staff to seek grants funding to offset that cost.
Yeah, and I'm in favor of this too, and sort of my rationale, like given, like not doing the tennis courts, is this is still operational.
Yeah.
And with a bit
Yeah.
of money, we can keep it operational and it's heavily used.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay. Skate park. The skate park is also heavily used. So there is some, it's at a cost of $30K, but minor repairs and maintenance that are needed. So, the pool drop in, the tile keeps falling off. So that just needs to be fixed, or at least remediated. So it's not an issue. Then there's some other, maintenance things to keep the.
Ceiling, caulking,
Uh-huh.
we did this in 2019 maybe, it's $24,000. Unfortunately, well, I'm not sure how great a job was done, but,
No.
I,
Ideally, we would go with the people who built it.
yes,
That's
and or no, is it not? I couldn't remember who
no,
built
the
it.
guy that was contracted to build it. Overdosed.
Oh, and the company doesn't exist anymore, no. Well, so in chatting with a few vendors and recalling what Amber had relayed to us, the vendor that we had hoped was a first choice, I guess, has done, and I think is redoing or just redid the park in Frisco at high altitude, and they are also a Colorado located company. So I would just say, let's try to target them and do that like ASAP, because we just didn't get on their,
Be on their
in
list.
their, queue.
Okay. Yeah. Coming forward, so again, similar recommendation, you budget for it, encumber it, and then also seek grant funding, any amount of grant funding that can help offset the cost.
And and or fees and like cost recovery, because like would
I don't think they do, they didn't,
Oh, okay.
I don't think, they didn't last year, they didn't officially last year, so I don't think they still come to it, but yes, any opportunity we have to recover, fees on it, we should do. So this is just a breakout for you guys of, what is in the rec replacement fund, as of today is the 788. And then, any of those requests, so take the 160 off of there, off of the blue.
580.
Yeah, thank you.
From rec replacement fund, okay, so all this would come out of the rec replacement fund. Cool. Five.
New total, yeah.
The tennis,
Somewhere right around
75 around, okay. And that is all being proposed to come out of the 823 balance in the rec replacement fund.
Yes.
And the big one is the turf, which we sort of are giving direction to. That's like a placeholder.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
Pending discussion with the school district and
right,
vendors and whatever.
okay. Yeah, I'm good with that, and
And Kayla, you had mentioned like moving away from artificial turf altogether. I don't know if that's something you want to direct staff to actually.
yeah, we
Well, I
should
don't-
look at that.
I mean, I don't know, I just know that if you follow like the trending,
Yeah,
you
yeah.
know, like that's a huge thing. Is that it's not safe. So I don't know.
I mean, I don't know what. Well, I mean, I don't know if it's like just football or
Yeah,
like
I don't know.
all sports are bad for you on artificial turf.
Yeah,
Because
Yeah.
I played once. It's terrible.
It's horrible, right?
Terrible. I can't
You
believe.
get in the showers afterwards and you are screaming, crying.
it's
But,
tough,
there's
but,
a lot of different types of AstroTurf too.
right,
This was a long time ago.
Yeah.
Well, it's a great point in time to talk to the school, if they really wanna invest in Federico Field, is that
That's the
Is
turf
that-
field and.
a place?
maybe that's grass and this is turf. I don't know.
Yeah, or is that where we
Well, the
might
other thing that,
partner?
Bob Tyser talked about was that when they put community field where they put it, there's not access for water to water grass. So I don't know if that has an impact either. I don't know.
I don't know how old grass grows up.
I wouldn't, yeah, I
no,
don't,
they're- I know Jeff loves lawns.
right,
For a playing field, that's a use where it's a good product. Strips where no human ever walks, that is stupid.
we can store snow on Third Street in the winter instead of on the side of community fields, so that all the runoff can just
Right.
irrigate Federico Field. Percolate,
Yeah,
Yeah,
Anyway,
okay,
get in touch.
what? Interesting move, 6 hours, but we have now fully reviewed the proposed budget for 2023. Yeah, thanks, Ally.
Excellent.
That pink really washes out on the camera too. Okay, so next on the agenda, and this is also my fault, you guys might have to change your agenda. I don't know if we need to do the resolution making the annual appropriation first and then the mill certification, or if you need to do the mill certification.
matters, because we'll recertify the mills on Thursday.
Next week,
Mhm.
do we have a
So we'll certify for us, for the city, the hospital, the school district, Brooklyn Heights, sanitation.
Okay, so you can approve. Change this to.
Because we
We
need to
should-
change ours a little bit.
Yeah, we need to change.
So we can move that to next Thursday.
Yeah.
Okay, so then next on your agenda is resolution 2230. And you just be sure to clarify as adopted
With all of our.
with all of the changes as directed to staff today.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll entertain a motion. I'll entertain a motion to approve resolution 22-30, the annual appropriation, budget adoption and resolution for the fiscal year 2023. Oh,
As
sorry,
amended.
with as amended, with the corrections directed to staff throughout, the discussion today.
So moved?
I'll second.
All right, any further discussion?
No,
Me?
thanks for your work on this.
Yes, thank you.
It was definitely a team effort. Ally and Bailey, thank you so much. Thank you to Crystal and Erica and Paige, and everybody, and
You
Dallas
don't have to say thank you to
and
me.
Blue.
And blue.
Cindy?
To Jordan Bean.
Thank you,
Yes, thank you,
Cindy.
Cindy.
All right, if there's no discussion on the resolution,
No.
okay, all of those in favor, aye.
Hi.
Aye.
Great, and then we're gonna punt the mill certification to just the overall district mills, but I wonder, do we have to go back to our first agenda item and correct that, because our attorney came back to us in this meeting and said that the 1.9% was actually accurate and it was not 1.92 that we made the correction for, so I just maybe I don't know, entertain a motion to correct the IGA, or rather not make any changes in reference to the 1.9% already drafted in the IGA, and have it remain at 1.9%.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, any further discussion?
Just a question, so I didn't catch all that discussion with Chris. I wonder, is there a way to go back to wherever that 1.9 got entered incorrectly in history and correct that in
No.
future years?
The 1.9 is correctly entered in the resolution to create the lodging tax. We're not certain where the 1.92 came from.
Oh, interesting.
So Adam's recollection, or maybe,
Well,
maybe our motion should just be allow legal to insert the proper allocation based on a final review and determination as to what that lodging tax percentage should be.
yeah. And if there is some underlying previous error that the IGA was referring to, see if we can
Correct that.
fix that. Because I thought 1.92 was like the right number, because of what Adam was saying.
Okay. You have something written down on that?
Let's
Should I
see.
restate?
Well, I have, you're gonna allow legal to insert the proper allocation and legal review, but I'm calling it, so I
Okay,
know what
great,
to
okay,
do.
okay, so scratch the motion of correcting it to 1.9, though we think that's correct. So our motion is to allow legal to insert the correct percentage of lodging tax to be levied, or, yeah.
And remit it back to the county.
Well, to insert that into the IGA,
Yeah.
to be remitted back to the county, and give legal the discretion to make sure that that number is correct. Okay. Any more? Wait. I
So
need
moved.
Okay,
Second,
thank you. Any more discussion?
not for me.
All right, all those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Right, now I think we are finished.
Okay.
Thank you. Excellent. We will adjourn then at 5:43. Exciting. Thank you, Ally.
Thank you, Ally.
Thank you all. Have a good night. Bye.
Bye.
All right, and the no